Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku inherited Jack Sparrow's curse? Part 1. This story is Izuku Sparrow by Kuchufleta 2099. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. News report. A number of houses have been burning in Whatifdeku. Heroes and firefighters are doing their best to help people. Unfortunately, there is no information on how the fire started. A group of firefighters will proceed with a maneuver to try to save civilians trapped in the flames. Narrator. Fire zone. Through the flames, an older woman with green hair could be seen trapped between wooden beams, unable to move half of her body. And in front of her, a small boy with black hair and 3 freckles on each cheek was trying to think of something. Lady. Izuku, my life. Please leave this place, survive. The child's name is already Izuku. The boy named Izuku didn't move, he was static. 1,001 questions came to his mind, but the one that was repeated multiple times was, why? Izuku. Mom, I'm scared of you, I don't know what to do. Lady. If you know what you have to do, you have to survive and go find your sister, she must be at Mitsuki's house. She said all those words in the calmest and most painless tone she could muster, so as not to alarm her young son. Firefighter 1. Is anyone here? Izuku. Yes, here please, come help my mom. Firefighter 2. Okay, kid. Tell me, how's your mother? Izuku. My mom's halfway under a wooden beam. She's trapped, please help. Firefighter 3. Okay kid, I'm coming. Before she could finish speaking, the house they were in began to collapse, making it impossible to help the mother and child. Fire Chief. Guys, let's go get some support equipment. Firefighter 1. Chief, Team 2 is on its way. Fire Chief. I understand that perfectly, but we can't stay in this area. We could all die. The house is already collapsing. Fireman 2. Chief, but the kid. Fire Chief. We'll be back with more equipment. The less we talk, the faster we can get back. Firefighter 1. Okay, kid, stay still, we're coming for you. Izuku. I'll be here, but please hurry. In his words, one could hear the intense despair he was experiencing at that moment. But then his mother's reassuring voice stopped him from saying anything more. Lady. Son, take the amulet. When she said this last thing, she took off the necklace she was wearing, offering it to her son. Izuku. But mom, you told me never to wear it. Ma'am. I know, darling. But I want you to survive. I know you can break her curse. Without saying anything else, the boy's mother hands him a very peculiar necklace. It was like a gold coin, but it had a skull engraved on both sides. Without thinking twice, the boy put on the necklace, and then, a long time ago, the same green-haired boy could be seen, but this time he was looking at the night through a window. Izuku. Someday. Lady. My son, what are you thinking about? Izuku. Nothing, Mom, I'm just watching. Ma'am. You know you can't lie to your mother. Seeing that the child was not paying attention to her words, she came up with some words that would immediately capture the child's attention. Madam. A good pirate doesn't lie to his mother. Upon hearing that, the boy moved towards his mother and hugged her. Being a child, he barely reached his mother's waist. Izuku. No, Mommy, I'm sorry, I'll never lie to you again, but please forgive me. The lady had expected this reaction from her son. Just like his sister, he had an obsession. Madam. Oh my son, you are like your sister, but she's more into heroes and you're into pirates. Izuku. Mommy, could you tell me that story again, please? The child's voice was filled with intense pleading, and the mother couldn't help but tell him no. Lady. Okay, let's see how it was. Oh, I know. Once upon a time, in a very ancient era, long before quirks existed, when people traveled in wooden ships, everyone dreamed of sailing the seas. Among all those people, there was a boy who was alone in the world and earned his living however he could, as a pirate. After a battle in which his ship's captain died, he took command and managed to defeat the pirate hunter, a man named Salazar. As time passed, the ship where this young man had lived most of his adolescence sank due to a leak. The young man was devastated. He considered that ship his home, the only place where he hadn't felt alone, and so he decided to contact the ruler of the sea. Izuku. Davy Jones. Madam. Exactly, Davy Jones. A creature with the body of a crustacean and the head of an octopus, with a hook in one hand and a crab leg in the other, made a deal with the boy. He would return his ship from the bottom of the sea and let him be its captain for 10 years. After that time, he would return to claim his soul. The young man accepted, but he never expected his own comrades to betray him, leaving him stranded on an island with only one bullet. Izuku. No, why would they do that to their own captain? Lady. Hehe, this is the end of the story. One of his crew didn't betray him, but seeing that there were many against him, he did nothing. As time passed, the crew found a treasure. They spent it as they pleased, but there was a problem. This treasure was cursed. They couldn't die. Hunger would never end, nor would thirst. But there was a way to break the curse. All the gold had to be returned, and it had to contain the blood of those who had been the thieves. Years passed in this way, many years, until they were able to gather all the requirements. But just as their new captain was saying the words that would break the spell, the same pirate they had abandoned years before appeared. This time, he was accompanied by his best friend, and the Marines were chasing them. A battle ensued, and halfway through, they managed to break the spell. As they escaped, the pirate who had been betrayed stole a coin, causing the spell to fall on him. Time passed, and the pirate had a son to whom he left the coin, telling him never to wear it. But the father disappeared without a trace. The currency changed, passed from generation to generation, becoming lost in time. Ma'am. The end. Did you like the story? Izuku. Receiving no answer, the mother turned to where her son was and saw him asleep, smiling. She carried the boy to his room and laid him down next to his sister, who had light green hair and 4 freckles on each cheek. When the mother had finished tucking them both in, she turned to leave. As she closed the door, she touched her pocket and felt something there. She took it out, and it was the same coin from the story. Madam. I will never let either of you make the mistake of putting the coin down. I won't let you make that mistake like Jack did. Current time. The boy, upon putting on the amulet, instantly fell unconscious, and the mother saw what she had done, but, he was her son, she couldn't let him die. Lady. Forgive me, son, but I don't want to see you die. As she finished saying these words, some debris fell on top of the woman and her son. Firefighter 1. We're here, kid. Firefighter 2. Damn, it's late. Firefighter 3. There's nothing we can do anymore. Narrator. What no one knew was that at that moment the boy would begin his path to greatness, or so it seemed. Pav Mitsuki Bakugo. Everything was going really well that day. Katsuki was controlling his anger more, even though it's my fault for spoiling him. My husband and I are getting through a difficult time, what more could I ask for? But my best friend, Inko, asked me if I could babysit her little daughter, Izumi, who is my son's best friend. I said yes without hesitation, but I was curious and asked, and Izuku? She smiled at me and replied, Inko. Don't worry, Izuku is grounded. Mitsuki. Okay, Mitsuki's Pav. Everything was going well until that very night. News reports. Today we regret to inform you that there is a devastating fire in the city of Muzudafu. We ask that you stay in your homes. Mitsuki's thoughts. She was very worried because she recognized the area they were showing on the news. It was Inko's house, her best friend. The woman with ash-colored hair remained motionless until her husband arrived at the cove. Masaru, in a tired voice. God, how come those 2 children have so much energy? Masaru, a man nearing 30, noticed his wife staring blankly at a fixed point. When he approached his wife, it occurred to him to ask, "What's wrong, my love?" I didn't finish the sentence because, just like his wife, he remained motionless with his eyes wide open. News report. We regret to inform you that a devastating fire broke out in Muzudafu province early this morning, claiming the lives of a mother and her son. Their bodies have not yet been recovered. The mother's name is Inko Midoriya, and her 5-year-old son's name is Izuku Midoriya. No further bodies have been found because the fire is still burning in the area. The cause is unknown, but it appears to have been caused by an electrical power outage. The two adults were very worried about their young son's godmother and the younger black-haired boy. Mitsuki. And no, this can't be happening. She said this with tears streaming down her face. But then a small green-haired girl appears in the doorway of the room, and asks a question in a doubtful tone. Day after, a woman with ash blonde hair and rather prominent dark circles under her eyes could be seen. That woman was Mitsuki Bakugo. She had stayed up all night with her husband watching the news to ease her worry about her best friend. News report. We regret to inform you that due to yesterday's fire, the number of bodies has risen to 5, and is increasing. We regret to report this. Authorities will be investigating the cause of the fire. The two adults were shocked to hear the news, but they didn't have time to say anything as they heard a voice at the living room door. Izumi. Aunt Mitsuki, is my mom coming to pick me up yet? The older woman couldn't say anything to the green-haired woman. Those words broke her heart. But her husband, taking the initiative, spoke. Masaru. You see, Izumi, they found your father. The man said the first thing that came to mind so as not to worry the girl. Izumi. What about my dad? Masaru. Exactly, your father is in another country and your mother took a flight with your brother. Izumi. So that means that. Mitsuki. You will stay with us, we will take care of you at your mother's request. Izumi. Okay. The woman hated to lie to her goddaughter, but she had no other choice. The girl was too young to understand what was happening. From the other room, the voice of a child could be heard calling the green-haired girl who was in the room. Bakugo. Deku woman, let's play PlayStation. Izumi. I'm Voy. No sooner said than done. The girl went to the other room, leaving the adults with a decision already made. 2 years later. During these 2 years, the Bakugo family decided to tell Izumi the truth, as she deserved to know why her mother hadn't sent her any letters or made any phone calls. It hurt them, but they told him. Place. Cemetery. In this picture, 4 people could be seen. 2 children and 2 adults. They were the Bakugo family and the last remaining Midoriya. The latter was crying her eyes out and between sobs she called for her mother and brother. The adults present were heartbroken to see this scene, but they calmed down a little when they heard their son speak. Katsuki. Izumi, and I promise to be the greatest hero in the world and find the one responsible. He said this with great sadness, since the black-haired boy was one of his best friends. Izuki. Thanks Kachin, but this is something I'll do myself. She said this while wiping away her tears. At that moment, the 2 children stared at each other and said in unison. Izumi Katsuki. I promise to be the best heroine in the world. The parents could do nothing but watch this scene and feel more at ease knowing that the little girl would no longer be lost in sadness. 10 years later, as the years went by, several important events happened in the life of the young Izumi. Because Izumi's mother had no relatives to take care of the girl, she was adopted by the Bakugo family and treated as one of their own. Despite being offered the surname, Bakugo, she refused because she wanted to uphold the family name of her mother and brother. His quirk was a mix of his late mother's and his father's. Even though he never met him, he did know that he had the power to spit fire, and hers was no less impressive since she could control fire by manipulating it. At first she was a little reluctant to use her quirk because of the fire, but she realized that if she wanted to be the #1 hero, she had to use her power. Her mother wanted it that way, and so did her brother. He knew that if his power wasn't very strong, he began to fill books with information on other heroes in order to replicate it as best he could. Place. Bakugo's house. Delivery man. Hello, is anyone home? I have mail for Izumi Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. Voice. Who the hell doesn't ring the damn doorbell? After the delivery man heard those words, he saw the door suddenly open, revealing a young man with red eyes, ash blonde hair, and a look that said, "Die, all of you." Bakugo. What do you want? Delivery man. I have a letter for Izu. Before the dealer could speak, the 2 cards were snatched away from him. Bakugo. Extra thanks. He said this while slamming the door. Bakugo. Izumi, you have a letter from Ua, let's open it together. Then a girl with green hair, emerald eyes, and 4 freckles on each cheek appears. Izumi. Okay, Kachan. She said this in a calm tone, knowing she had already entered. She was one of those who had scored the most points thanks to her pyrokinesis and the one for Hall. The story of how she met the number one hero and how he trained her to be his successor was simple. Flashback narrator. A green-haired girl and an ash-blonde-haired boy could be seen walking side by side. These were Izumi and Katsuki. The two young people were talking about their future as heroes. Katsuki. I already told you, nerd, that I'll be stronger than you. Izumi. Only time will tell, Kachan, but maybe they'll accept you into UA's Class 1B, and me into Class 1A. Katsuki. Why do you say that, nerd? He said this in a furious tone, with a vein throbbing on his forehead. Izumi. That's exactly why you're so grumpy, Kachan. Their conversation was interrupted because they were struck by the fact that so many people were gathered in one place. But as they approached, they saw the reason. A kind of viscous mass was holding a young woman with short purple hair captive. The heroes who were there could not get closer due to the limited space and because there was a small wall of fire blocking their path. Izumi realized that the mass was suffocating the young woman and, as if it were a pure reflex, she lunged at the mass, causing the heroes present to panic and tell her to go back as it was dangerous. Ignoring these warnings, Izumi continued running towards the villain. She knew she couldn't turn back. At that moment, the sludge villain created a kind of tentacle that went straight for the green-haired girl, but she remembered the movements she had noted in her notebook of a hero whose power was branches. She slid under the tentacle and positioned herself for a better view. She raised her hand, making a gun gesture with her thumb and forefinger, and made a firing motion towards the areas where the purple-haired girl wasn't. What the people present saw left them very surprised, as the fire began to gather into small bullets heading towards the target the green-haired girl had pointed to. Seeing that her attack destabilized the villain, the young woman continued firing, causing the villain to gradually move out of the purple-haired girl's personal space, but then a voice is heard saying, "Do not be afraid, for I am already here." Then a muscular man, almost 2 meters tall, appears, with blonde hair styled in an almost unnatural way, but then he screams, "Detroit smash!" And then a gust of wind blows the villain scattered across the pavement. Izumi and everyone present were shocked because in front of them stood the greatest hero in all of Japan. It was All Might with his classic smile. And just as the number one hero arrived, he left with a great leap. The heroes and police officers who were there rushed to capture the villain's remains and to tell the young woman that what she did was wrong, but she acted like a heroine after all. 1 hour later, Katsuki had gone home early at Izumi's request because he wanted to think about everything that had happened, but then a silhouette she knew appeared. 8:05 p.m., April 19, 2025, Pipanako. I'm here, the great All-Mig. Before he could finish speaking, he spat out a large stream of blood, leaving him looking like a malnourished man. Izumi. What happened to All Might? Toshinori. Calm down, young man, it's me. Izumi. But that's impossible. Toshinori. Look, let me explain. That's what Toshinori told the green-haired girl, how a fight with All for One left him with an injury that leaves him with little time to become a hero. He also told her about the One for All and how he had received it. Izumi. I'm surprised that your gift can be inherited, but why are you telling me all this? Izumi had her doubts, since she didn't know why he was telling her all this. Toshinori. Because you, young lady, would like to be the heir of the number one hero and take care of these people at all costs. He said this while returning to his muscular form. Izumi, without denying it, accepted the responsibility of being the greatest in Japan at all costs. Present. From the letters the two young men opened came a hologram of All Might that said, "Congratulations young Izumi Katsuki, you have been accepted after your hard work in the UA tactical test, welcome to your hero school." End of the hologram. The two young people were happy, and that could be heard from the other room where Mitsuki Bakugo, now single, was watching the news with a happy face. News report. The UA has officially conducted the practical test where the next heroes will be trained by the country. In other news, after the fall of the pirate island, Tortuga, to the heroes 5 years ago, and after a chase of more than 5 years, the whereabouts of the pirates of the Black Pearl and their captain, who calls himself Jack Sparrow, are known. Sparrows. It is a small bird of black and gray color. Normally it walks in groups with others of its species. It symbolizes perseverance, and by chance of life, this same bird was pecking at something round full of black hair, until a small whimper was heard from the ball of hair. Unknown. Damn, where am I? What happened? And why am I so hungry and thirsty? These are the first words of the black-haired boy as he emerged from the ashes. This little boy was Izuku Midoriya, although he didn't remember his name or his life, since the rubble that collapsed on him had caused him to lose his memory. Distant voice. So you finally show your face, you filthy rat, and what a coincidence, surrounded by freeloaders. Izuku. And who the hell are you, old man? Unknown. Wow, I thought the Jack's employees would find out about me. He said this while approaching the black-haired man, revealing a man with long, dark brown hair and a beard that reached almost to his navel. This man was well dressed, wearing a Japanese Navy uniform, but what stood out most were his feet, since instead of having a left foot, he only had a wooden leg. Izuku. Don't bother me, old man. I don't remember any Jack, and besides, my name is. What was my name? The boy didn't seem very worried, since having a name was something he didn't care about. Man. But how disrespectful you are, Izuku. You have to treat your elders better. Oh well, what does it matter? Without another word, he made a gesture with his hands, and from Izuku's back came 2 tranquilizer darts that would leave the boy unconscious. Izuku. Oh, but what, relaxing. Hey, I'm not hungry or thirsty anymore, but I'm really sleepy. Before I could finish speaking, I fell silent like a sack of potatoes on the floor. Murtaugh. Sir, what do we do with the boy? Unknown. First of all, check his neck. Mulroy. Yes sir. Unknown. So, what's wrong? Mulroy. A necklace with a coin, wait, I already know which one it is, it's one of the pieces of Aztec gold. Murtaugh. What are you talking about, idiot? That island self-destructed. Mulroy. In fact, that island never disappeared, since they say that when the curse was broken, it. Before he could finish speaking, the stranger interrupted him. Unknown. It was created again because of Jack Sparrow, who took a new coin, and also because of a monkey, who took a coin and gave it to his owner, causing him to wander the world for 500 years. But now that I have that coin, I can become mortal again. Now take this filthy rat out of my sight. Mulroy, with a doubtful expression, fearfully asked his captain. Mulroy. Captain, what do we do with the child? The stranger was already fed up with the 2 men under his command, so he just said. Unknown. Surprise me. When she said that, her eyes widened and a big smile spread across her face. Mulroy. Murtaugh. At your service, sir. Having said that, the 2 soldiers walked away from the place. Before the stranger could enjoy the view of the houses in ashes, he heard a voice. Hero. Hey you, are you a survivor? Or why are you here? Unknown. Don't worry, I came to help, you little pest. Hero. Who dares to call me that? He said this while approaching the figure of the man, which was not clearly visible through the smoke. Unknown. Oh, it seems you don't recognize me, and that's a very serious offense against me. Hero. What are you saying? The hero couldn't finish speaking as the smoke cleared, revealing the man standing before him. Hero. But you are the great captain of the Navy. Unknown. You know, I prefer to be called the great Captain Barbossa. Scene change. 3 people could be seen in an alley. 2 of these people were wearing the uniform of the British Navy, and the other was just a child being carried by the taller of the 2 men. Mulroy. Oh, why don't you take the child, Murtaugh? He said this in a tired tone. Murtaugh. Stop complaining, especially since you lost at rock paper scissors. Mulroy. But you cheated. Murtaugh. That's a lie, and it's a very serious accusation you're making. Mulroy. Now even angrier. But I made paper and you made some kind of stick. Murtaugh. That, my friend, was a magic wand, with which I crumpled your paper. Unbeknownst to the 2, they were being watched by a person who appeared to be skin and bones. He had blonde hair and glowing blue eyes. This was Toshinori Yagi, better known as All Might. He watched the 2 men until he noticed the black-haired man lying unconscious. Thinking the worst, he transformed into his symbol of peace form and leapt down, landing right in front of the 2 men. All Might. Leave the child alone, you dirty villains, since. Before he could finish speaking, the 2 men disappeared with a speed that rivaled Kakashi's speed at reading a new Ika Ika. Calm down, I'm watching the wrong anime. Murtagh Mulroy. Keep the kid. Having said that, they disappeared from sight down the alley. All Might, surprised by what had just happened, transformed back into Toshinori. He looked at the boy, and what caught his attention most were the freckles on each cheek. Toshinori had no idea what he was going to do with the boy, but he made a decision, one that would change the fate of robberies and genius. Scene change. Knock knock knock, sounds of someone knocking on the door. Woman. I'm coming, who is it at this damn hour? The woman looked around, but there was no one there until she noticed a small black-haired boy lying peacefully asleep on the floor. Then the woman calls someone. Woman. Damn it, Joseph, another one's here. From the same place where the lady had appeared, a thin man with a white complexion and formally dressed emerged. Joseph. Oh God, we're running out of space, what should we do with it? Woman. The usual, Joseph. Okay, hey dwarf, wake up, hey wake up. He said this while shaking the child who was already lying on the floor. Izuku woke up sleepily and said, Izuku. What the hell is going on now? Let me sleep, madam. Oh, what a rude child. With those manners, it will be harder for you to get adopted. Joseph. Boy, what's your name? Izuku. My name, Joseph. Yes, your name. He said this in a tired tone. Izuku. No, I don't remember. Joseph. That will be a big problem. Well, we'll find you one. Come in, I'll show you the house. Izuku. Wait, what's going on here? Who are you, and who was the beautiful lady by your side? Joseph. You don't understand anything, do you? Izuku. Nah, that's not my thing. Joseph. Well, to answer your question, this is an adoption home. My name is Joseph, one of the owners, and the lady, as you call her, is my wife, Tronchatoro. Note this character won't appear much, so I don't think you need to know what he looks like. Izuku. What a name. She said this in a whisper, so as not to upset the adult present. Joseph. Okay, come in, shorty. Izuku. But I don't want to. Joseph, pointing his index finger at him, speaks and says. Joseph. Sorry, it wasn't a question. After saying that, he used his quirk, which was one where he could make the object he was pointing at float. And with that, he dragged the black-haired man inside the house. The latter did not resist since he had nothing better to do. As Izuku was floated toward his room, he looked around the house. The floor was filthy, and there was a yard where other children were playing. He noticed one child being beaten up. He seemed smaller than usual. Another child who caught his attention was hiding among the bushes. He couldn't look any further because he was dragged to another room with a large table and many chairs. Finally, he saw a hallway with many rooms and was taken to the last one. He opened the door, set the black-haired boy on the floor, and said, Joseph. This is your new room, brat. Your roommates will be here in a little while. I'll call you for dinner. Izuku couldn't say anything because as soon as he turned around, a door slammed in his face. Izuku said with a pained expression, Damn it. Izuku ignored the pain he felt as he looked around the simple room. It had a nightstand, a bunk bed, and a separate bed. The room had no floor, only some planks that were on their last legs. The only good thing he saw was that it had a window that let him look out onto the street, and far down the street, he could see a small pier. As Izuku became more comfortable in what would be his room, he felt a thirst and a hunger that he never imagined he could have. Izuku. Shit, where did this hunger and thirst come from? Mom gave me a good dinner. Wait, Mom. As hunger consumed him, a small memory came to him of his mother sitting in front of him with a plate of food. Izuku. I'd better get some sleep to ease this hunger. Why wasn't the black-haired boy going to the cafeteria? It's simple. He wasn't completely comfortable with Joseph. At first glance, he seemed like an ordinary man, but Izuku saw something more in him, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. The boy lay down on the bed to the left of the room and slowly closed his eyes, until he fell into the world of dreams. Hours later, the dark-haired boy lay on the bed, tossing and turning as if having a nightmare, murmuring in his sleep, Mommy, Jack, Sparrow. These and other words were what the boy murmured until a brown-haired boy approached him to free him from his nightmare. Child. Hey, hey, wake up. She said this while making small movements to wake the black-haired man, until her patience collapsed, giving him a big blow to the head and at the same time yelling at him. Kid. Get up, you piece of shit. Izuku woke up with a start at the scream, jumping and bumping his head against the other child. Izuku. Oh, but what the hell? He said this while rubbing his forehead. Boy. Oh, be more careful, idiot. He said this while wincing in pain. Izuku, recovering from the blow, calmed down and asked more calmly. Izuku. And who are you? The boy, with the same grimace of pain, replied. Boy. My name is Joshami but they call me Gibbs, nice to meet you Jack. Upon hearing the name, Izuku was confused and asked. Izuku. Jack. Gibbs. Yes, Jack, that's your name, isn't it? I heard you say that name while you were sleeping. Izuku, who remembered nothing, not even his own name, found this to be a perfect opportunity. Izuku. Jack. Yes, that's my name, Jack. Now tell me what you want. Gibbs. I just came to let you know that the food is ready. Izuku didn't care about Gibbs's name. He thought that when he left that place it wouldn't make sense to remember it, but he only noticed the part that said, food, since he was starving. Izuku. Jack. The Seago. Upon hearing that, Gibbs turned around and started walking, followed by Izuku. As Izuku followed Gibbs, he looked more closely at the boy, noticing the numerous scars on his arm. He decided to let this go for now, though, as he didn't care about the child. His train of thought was interrupted when he realized they had arrived at their destination. He noticed the difference in the place compared to hours before. Now the empty chairs were occupied by children. Tall, short, with lots of hair, with little hair, but there were 4 that caught his attention. 3 of them had a rough demeanor. Izuku thought it was the typical group of children with a leader who was surely the one with the strongest quirk. This reminded him of Bakugo. Izuku's thoughts. Bakugo. Who was that? Just thinking about his name makes my blood boil. Though she could continue asking herself more mental questions, she noticed the other boy who had caught her attention. He was by far the shortest of the others and for some strange reason was balder than a billiard ball. Joseph. Listen children, a new friend has arrived for you today, please introduce yourself. These words were obviously meant for Izuku, who had no choice but to introduce himself. Izuku spoke with a bored expression. Izuku. Hi, I'm Jack. I don't remember anything about myself, and I don't expect anything from anyone, so don't bother me. After saying those words, the whole room fell silent, until Joseph spoke. Joseph. Well, how about you take a sip and eat, hee. He said this very nervously to lighten the mood, which he achieved since everyone started eating. Izuku sat down and watched as everyone made faces of disgust at the food. He looked at the food, took the spoon and filled it with that sauce that looked like mud, which he had called food. He brought the spoon to his mouth, closed his eyes, and ate, trying to savor the food. But he felt nothing, opened his eyes in surprise, and continued eating without saying a word. Gibbs, noticing that he was very quiet, spoke to him in a whisper. Gibbs. Calm down, you'll get used to it. After all, hardly anyone ever leaves this place. He said this last part in a serious tone that caught Izuku's attention. When everyone had finished eating, they got up from the table and went to their rooms. Izuku was a special case, as he went out into the garden for a while to contemplate the stars. His head was filled with 1,001 thoughts. That old man who seemed like he already knew him, that woman he saw in his dreams, and that Katsuki guy. But what he didn't understand most was why the hunger wouldn't go away. He was starving even though he had already eaten enough. Izuku tried to clear his mind when he realized the sunlight was hitting his entire body. The boy decided he'd had enough, so he went to his room like the others. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a window, which he turned to look at briefly, and noticed something. In the reflection where he should have been, there was a skeleton wearing his clothes. Point of view. Nobody. A boy with black hair could be seen looking out his bedroom window at the pier visible in the distance. This was Jack, formerly known as Izuku or Deku. A couple of weeks had passed since he arrived at that house. He had quickly grown accustomed to the company of his new home, but he had been very pensive ever since the night of the first day, when he found himself transformed into a skeleton. As the days passed, he discovered his new self. No matter how much water he drank, his thirst never subsided. The same was true of his hunger. He also discovered that he transformed into a skeleton when the moonlight touched him, and he saw firsthand Joseph's true face, someone who abuses for pleasure and who, when he tires of children, sells or kills them. But focusing on our protagonist, he couldn't continue enjoying his peace because someone opened the door. Gibbs appeared. He had grown close to Izuku, but Izuku didn't reciprocate. "Gib, so you were in this place, Jack," Gibbs said in a friendly tone. "Jack, Izuku." "Gibbs. Come on, let's go to the yard. I think Marty's over there." This, Marty, was named Martin Kleba and was the third child to sleep in the room. He was the shortest child, but what was most striking about him was his noticeable lack of hair. Marty was very reserved, according to Izuku. He never spoke or shared anything after revealing his identity. Flashback. Narrator. Nobody. Izuku always suffered from hunger, especially at night. His roommates listened to him suffer without doing anything about it, but one day they risked their lives for him. They had stolen an extra loaf of bread, and Joseph caught them. They both received a beating, though less severe than usual. "Hey, Jack," Gibbs said. "Jack, Izuku. Marty and I know you're awake and always hungry at night, so we brought you this." Having said that, he placed a small piece of bread on the bedside table. I know we don't talk much, but we want to help you," said Marty. "They don't understand. They can't help me," Izuku replied. "But let us try to help you," Gibbs insisted. "I told you you can't," Izuku shouted angrily. As he said this, he lifted the sheets that covered him, letting the moonlight touch him, revealing his skeletal figure. "Tell me, how are you going to help me?" she said in a sad tone. Looking at the children, he saw something that made him seethe with anger. "Who did this to you?" he asked in a serious tone. He got out of bed, revealing his skeletal frame. The children, seeing him, backed away in fear. "Just tell me who it was." They said nothing. They stared at his body until Gibbs noticed his eyes, the eyes of someone genuinely worried about his friends. Izuku was about to lie down again when a voice interrupted him. "Wait, what is it about your body, Jack?" Gibbs asked, puzzled. "I don't know. I don't remember being like this before, although I don't remember anything about my past, hee," Izuku replied amicably. The children were impressed. They hadn't expected such a kind response from the skeletal boy. Gibbs, recovering from his surprise, said with conviction, "Hey, Jack, even though you don't know what's wrong with you, I'll try to help you. Because you're my friend, and friends help each other." Narrator. Gibbs. "I don't understand why I treat him like my friend, since he doesn't speak and doesn't seem to like me, but he's the only one who looks at me without pity, without mockery. The other children always look at me with pity or make fun of me. I was one of the first to arrive here. I saw my friends get adopted and be left all alone. Nobody wanted me, but Jack isn't like that. He doesn't pity me. That's why I'm going to help him, because he treats me like any other child." Izuku, in a bored tone, said to Gibbs, "Okay, Gibbs, I'm with you." Gibbs, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "See, you did want to come, Jack." Narrator. Izuku. "I followed Gibbs because I had almost finalized my escape plan. I just needed a few more things. But when we got to the courtyard, I saw something I really didn't like. A couple of kids were bullying Marty. They were hitting him. I didn't understand why he was so angry, but I had a better question. Why wasn't Marty using his gift? Before I could do anything, Gibbs beat me to it. Hey you, leave our friend alone," he shouted angrily. "And what are you going to do all alone?" one of the children said. "Look who it is," added another. But the tallest one, Alex, intervened. "Okay guys, don't worry about that useless guy. He's not worth it. He's been here the longest because nobody wants him." Narrator. Nobody. Alex couldn't finish speaking. Izuku punched him in the face, sending him stumbling backward. The other two boys lunged at him, but Izuku instinctively ducked and let them fight it out. Narrator. Izuku. "I don't know what came over me. I thought I didn't care what happened to others, but when I saw Gibbs's sad face, I was filled with rage. I felt I had to protect them, both him and Marty. I didn't hesitate and I hit. I followed my instinct. All the children were in shock, but the silence was broken by Joseph's voice. What happened now, you shitty kids? Everyone fell silent. Oh, you're not going to say anything. ... Then I'll have to take one of you with me. Joseph glanced around and saw Marty on the ground. He smiled maliciously. You, Mart, I started all this, bitch. Izuku interrupted. Joseph, surprised, asked. What did you say, brat? What you heard. Perrit. You'll see, you filthy rat. Joseph approached, punched Izuku in the face, and lifted him up like a sack of cement. Now you're going to learn to respect your elders, you rat. All the children watched in silence. One of them couldn't stay still. He saved me. Why? Marty murmured. Don't ask stupid questions, Gibbs replied. He says he doesn't care about us, but deep down that's not true. Scene change. Izuku was lying shirtless in the basement. Part of his spine and muscles were visible on his back from the whippings. Joseph had gone to get something. Narrator. Izuku. I didn't think. I just acted. I was furious at what they were doing to Marty and what they said about Gibbs. Ever since Gibbs found out about my condition, he's tried to help me. Marty too, in his own way. I guess so. I can call them friends. Oh, I think it's time, said Izuku. He got up unsteadily, went to the table where the whips were, and took one. He tied it around his hip, covering it with his trousers. Then he heard the door open. It's time to end your punishment, Joseph said with a malicious smile and a bottle in his hand. And what's that? Your baby bottle. He couldn't finish the sentence. Joseph hit him and left him face down on the ground. Now then, let's finish this, he said as he poured the contents of the bottle onto her back. Ah! Izuku screamed. What do you think about alcohol? Scene change. In one room, two children were in their beds. One of them was restless. What's wrong, Marty? I heard you muttering, Gibbs said from the bed below. I forgot you have a hearing quirk, Marty replied. Yes, but tell me, what's wrong? I'm still surprised by what Jack did for me. He spoke up so I wouldn't get punished, but I don't understand why. He did it because he knew you weren't to blame. That you didn't deserve that punishment, Gibbs said. Marty, peeking out from his bed, asked. But, why? I haven't spoken to him since he showed us his skeleton form. Gibbs opened one eye and looked at him. Do you need something in return for helping your friends? Marty remained silent. Look, Marty, Jack isn't stupid. Neither am I. I know you leave him bread at night, and that you care about him in your own way, just like he cares about us. And that's what being friends is all about, helping each other when we're in trouble. Marty was lost in thought. He'd never had friends, or family. The two could not continue talking because someone had entered the room. Gibbs, without taking his eyes off Marty, said. Gibbs. Hey buddy, knock first and then come in. He could not continue speaking as he was interrupted by the voice of the newcomer. Jack Izuku. Gibbs, I want some fries with eggs, and hurry up. He could no longer speak as his legs gave way to exhaustion and he collapsed like a sack of potatoes on the floor. The other two children were surprised to hear Jack's voice, as they thought they wouldn't see him until tomorrow morning. Their surprise turned to fear when they saw the condition their friend was in, but they were even more frightened when they saw him collapse to the floor, revealing an almost mangled back, tissue, muscle, and his spine were visible. Gibbs. But Jack, what happened? He said this with a tone of concern towards his friend. Jack responded in the most drug-fueled and relaxing tone he could muster. Jack Izuku. Nah, this points to his back, is nothing, it just itched and I scratched it a little hee. The two children were worried, but Izuku wasn't helping either. Marty. But Jack. You have to go to a doctor. Izuku. Jack. Shish, calm down. I think a little sleep will do the trick. Now let me sleep. He couldn't finish the sentence because he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, our protagonist could be seen waking up on a bed with his entire back bandaged. Izuku spoke to no one in particular with a tired gesture and said, Oh, I'm so sleepy, but today's the big day. The young man knew it well. This was the big day when he would leave that pigsty. He had been waiting and preparing since he arrived, for the day he would finally fulfill his great dream and ambition. But when I think about this last point, I am perplexed. Nara Izuku, I knew this was the day I'd been preparing and suffering for all this time. Finally it would be the day of my escape. I would be free to fulfill my dream. My dream. What is my dream? I've been thinking about escaping all this time, but I never stopped to think about what my dream really was. I remember almost nothing about who I was, only vague images of the past pass through my mind. But I don't feel that remembering my past is my dream, nor is it something I yearn for with all my being. Narrated by the most handsome narrator in the world. Izuku had no idea what to do next, but he realized there were two people who could help him. Izuku had no idea which path he would have to follow when he escaped from that place, but he remembered that there were two people who could help him decide his future. Izuku, ignoring his tiredness and the pain in his back, got out of bed and put on a t-shirt that was quite stained, but not caring about that, he opened the door and decided to go look for his two friends. It didn't take me long to find them as they were sitting under a tree, their backs were pressed against the trunk and their feet were stretched out. The two children were silent, each deeply lost in their own thoughts, so much so that they didn't notice the presence of the black-haired boy, but then our protagonist spoke. Izuku, Jack. Hey, why the long faces, my friends? Did you miss me a lot? He said this with a smile on his face and in a playful tone. Gibbs and Marty, realizing who was with them. Gibbs, with a face full of surprise, decided to be the first to answer. Gibbs. Look, if I ever manage to get out of this place, I'll have accomplished everything I want, because all I want is to get out of here. The boy wasn't saying this for no reason, he had already made it clear that he had always been in that place for as long as he could remember. When Marty saw that his friend had finished speaking, he decided to speak up. Marty. And, I just want a family. He said this in an almost shouting tone. If they hadn't been alone in the courtyard, everyone would have turned to look at them. Marty, realizing he had spoken too loudly, apologized and explained his reasons for pursuing his goal. Marty. Sorry, it's just that I've always been alone, I've always been. Izuku, understanding his friend's goals and without knowing what his own goal was, made a decision. Izuku, Jack. Okay, don't ask me, I'll help you. Having said this, he started walking back the way he had come, and before entering the house he turned around with a big smile and exclaimed. Izuku, Jack. I, the great Jack, promise to help you achieve your goals until I find mine. Having said this, he turned around and went into the house, leaving the two children a little confused. In the room, Izuku gathered everything he had acquired in the last few weeks that would be useful for his escape. A whip, a rope, several coat racks, and his secret weapon, a can of deodorant that he had stolen from an older boy. Izuku, thinking aloud, said, Izuku. Let's see. Jack. Oh shit, I guess I'll just have to improvise. After saying this, Jack took the can of deodorant and the rope. Jack. Come on Gibbs, now we're really going. Gibbs had no idea what he was saying, but he led him to where Joseph and Marty were, but as they ran, Izuku decided to ask one thing. Jack. Izuku. Hey Gibbs, why does Joseph have Marty? Gibbs. To be honest, I couldn't tell you clearly. I only know that a man arrived looking for children, and Joseph went looking and found Marty. Jack. Joser. Just as they were about to arrive, something or someone caused an explosion, sending Gibbs and Jack flying, hitting their heads and falling unconscious. Half an hour later, in Izuku's mind, a Jack could be seen floating, unable to move, but then a child who looked just like him approached. Jack. Hey you, help me. I have to go help my friends. Izuku. Everything in its own time, my friend, everything in its own time. Jack. I don't have time for that shit. He said this with even more desperation. Izuku. Leave if that's what you want, but you won't know who you were or what to do with your life. Jack froze at the words of the boy standing in front of him. Izuku. See, if you stay here, you'll be able to remember everything. Mom, your little sister, your pro. He couldn't finish. A wave of energy surged from his body, causing him to suddenly awaken. Out of Jack's mind. Jack. Oh shit, my head. After saying that, he remembered his friends and saw Gibbs lying unconscious next to him. After making sure he was all right, he looked towards where the explosion had occurred and saw 4 silhouettes, but the one that interested him most was the smallest of the 4, since he knew that silhouette very well. As he got closer, he realized it was his friend Marty being held by a man wearing a black suit. In front of him, he saw a black-haired woman and a blonde-haired man. The 2 adults were telling the man to let go of the child, but he ignored them and began to squeeze the child's neck, causing him to shudder in pain. Jack's blood was boiling, and without him realizing it, the same energy waves from his dream were returning one after another, causing his body to begin to tear. As Jack took a step, the waves grew larger, almost reaching where the adults were. On the scene, "Teacher, what do we do?" This was said by a young Toshinori. The teacher of the latter did not answer him since she was thinking about how to save the child, until the man in the suit approached the teacher of the blonde boy in the blink of an eye. The stranger held the child in one arm and in the other an amorphous mass from which protruded a sharp metal bar. Then a shout was heard from the blonde man who said, "Toshinori, Maestra Aaa." He watched helplessly as his teacher was about to be pierced by the villain until a wave of energy passed through all 4 of them, causing the villain's arm to return to normal. A foe. But what? The villain was a little puzzled that the peculiarity had deactivated, but without dwelling on it, he tried to activate it again, seeing that nothing was happening. The heroes, seeing this, acted quickly, but neither of them could activate their quirks. Until they saw a child running towards the villain. The blonde hero tried to catch him along with another white-haired hero who had appeared, but the 2 were confused because they couldn't stop him since he dodged them like a bird, like a sparrow. Gran Torino. "Kid, get away from that place." Jack ignored the warnings and continued forward as more powerful waves emanated from his body, causing some debris around him to begin moving. "Izuku, Jack, let go of my friend." As he shouted, he raised his fist towards the villain, striking him in the abdomen. The villain didn't flinch, he didn't move an inch until the boy unleashed a wave more powerful than the others, sending the villain flying and causing him to drop the boy he was holding. The heroes present were shocked by what they saw, and then filled with concern when the black-haired boy fainted after the blow. They were going to help him until they saw another child going to the children's place, dragging the 2 of them along as best he could and leaving. The heroes were going to follow them until they saw the villain get up, badly wounded, but getting into a fighting stance, just like the heroes. "City, Gibbs. Shit, what do I do now?" He said this while dragging the 2 children along until he reached the port. Desperate because he thought they were following him, he got into a boat with his 2 friends, setting sail into the unknown. The beautiful sea horizon could be seen, so tranquil and calm, a place where peace could be found, or so some believed. But the beautiful view was interrupted by an eastern mast that cut across the sea and sky, and standing above him was a peculiar figure, seemingly a young man no older than 16. He held the mast with one hand, the other hanging loosely at his sides. His beaded braids reached his waist, and his gaze was fixed on the distance. This was the great Captain Jack Sparrow, formerly known as Izuku Midoriya, who appeared to be on an imposing ship. But if we zoom in, we can see that he wasn't on as big a ship as it initially seemed. Instead, it was an old boat that was slowly sinking as it moved forward. Izuku maintained a dignified captain's pose. It seemed that the fact his boat was sinking didn't affect him, but other things were on his mind. "Mente de Izuku. Izuku. I guess I should have listened to the little guy, and instead of buying so much rum, I should have bought better jars. Nah, I think the jar will last another 5 years, hee." Outside of Izuku's mind, as the water seeped in around the corner of the boat, Izuku stood firm with a serene expression and a proud presence. The latter cracked a small smile upon seeing what lay before him, a port. But this was no ordinary port, of course not, for this was the port of Island, or better known as the Island of Science. As his boat finished sinking, Izuku stepped onto the dock of the large island just in time, as if it had all been a plan of fate. In Izuku's head, he thought with a pleading tone, "Izuku, come, or by the god of rum please let this average-sized ship arrive without getting me wet." Out of his mind, without losing an inch of dignity, he walks through the small port. He turns around to look at the boat he arrived in and gives it a disdainful look as he turns away for his next adventure. Jack was about to walk across the small harbor when he was stopped by a heavily armed guard who asked him. "Guard, do you have a reservation?" Jack was confused and could only exclaim, "Jack." The guard, maintaining his composure, asked him again. "Guard, do you have a reservation to leave your boat in that area?" Jack, "Ah, are you talking about my magnificent ship?" The guard looked where the imposing ship was and only saw a mast sticking out of the sea. The guard was about to continue speaking, but his partner interrupted him. "Ha ha 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 ha, that, a ship, what a good joke." Guard, "James, you shouldn't laugh. Remember, we're the ones who supervise everyone to make sure they register before entering." James, "Oh, sorry, but I couldn't resist that little joke." Jack, Yeah, that's a joke." James, "Okay, follow me, while my partner takes the log of your ship." He said the latter in a mocking tone. Jack had no choice but to follow him, since the less suspicion he aroused, the better for his plan. As they walked away, Jack asked, "Jack, where are we going?" James, "We need to register you." Jack was a little confused, and James, seeing this, asked him. James, "What, did you really think we let just anyone in?" Jack, "But at least." James didn't have the opportunity to mock again since they had arrived. James, "Well, this is your destiny, buddy. Get in line and register. If you manage to get in, which I doubt, I'd like to keep making fun of you, hee. Well, see you around." Jack, watching James leave, whispered, "Jack, you damn idiot." He decided to turn around to look at the line. Upon noticing the line, Jack opened his eyes wide, seeing that the line was very, very long, and sighed wearily. He was going to stay in the line until an idea occurred to him. Pointing to the sky, I shout, "Jack, look, a plane without fuel." Seeing that everyone turned to look at him, Jack smiled and began to sneak towards the large metal shed. He couldn't boast about his great idea until he heard, "Next." Jack, "Okay, my turn." Upon entering, he saw a small booth with a metal chair. As he sat down and looked ahead, a window opened in front of him, revealing a woman who was quite attractive, in Jack's opinion. Jack, "Oh, but how beautiful." He could not continue speaking as he was blinded by a camera flash. Jack, "Damn, my eyes." He said this while rubbing his eyes. Woman, Izuku Midoriya, what are your intentions, in Island? Jack, a little confused by the name, asked. Jack, "Excuse me, woman. Izuku Midoriya, right? That's what it says in the database, look." He said this while turning a screen over so Jack could see, which showed the photo they had just taken of him and next to it one of him as a child. Jack spoke in a nervous tone. Jack, yes, that's me, Izuku Midoriya." The woman, not entirely convinced, turned the screen around and, while typing, asked. Woman, "What brings you to Island?" Jack, "Well, you see, my fair lady, I'm traveling along the coasts of this hemisphere of the planet, and the specific reason I'm on Island is because some pirates stole my sailboat and I want to buy another ship." He said all this with a confident tone. The woman was being persuaded by Jack, and she was about to review Jack's file. But Jack realized this, so he decided to use his charm. Jack, "Look, miss, I think you're quite beautiful, and I was wondering if there's a chance that when your shift is over, you could show me around the island." The woman was thoughtful and looked at Jack's outfit. And he saw that he wore a black leather tricorn hat that looked worn. He saw his braided hair with strange amulets. Then he saw his chest and torso where he saw a loose white shirt that revealed a bit of his chest, and over this shirt he wore a dark vest. Then he looked at the lower part of his body. Around his waist he had a red sash with a leather belt with a large buckle bearing a ship's insignia. Then he saw his trousers, typical of a sailor, a rather dirty brown color. Then next to last he saw tall boots that looked worn, and finally he noticed the different types of jewelry he wore. So, making a decision, he said, "Woman, look, if you were dressed better in." She couldn't finish speaking because Jack interrupted her. Jack, "Well, it's settled then. Tell me where to meet you, and don't worry about my clothes. I'll buy something better to wear when I go out with a beautiful lady like you." She said this with a reassuring smile. The woman spoke and said, "Okay, meet me at the fountain in the center of town at 6. With that, she dropped her stamp onto the card she had made for Jack. Jack, taking the card, said, "Okay, beautiful, see you later." Having said that, I went through the other door of the room and left. As Jack closed the door, the woman took a closer look at Jack's record and realized it said, "Record, Izuku Midoriya, Madre, Inko Midoriya, Hermana, Izumi Midoriya, Father, Isashi Midoriya." Izuku Midoriya's condition. He was declared dead in a fire in which his body was not found. Upon reading this, the woman's eyes widened as she realized that the person she had just let in was dead. She quickly rose from her chair and left through the same door the dark-haired man had used moments before, only to find he was gone. Elsewhere, Jack could be seen walking with his hands behind his head. People who saw him pass by stared at him for a few seconds and then went on with their lives. They thought he was a cosplayer or something like that. Jack stopped suddenly and began to think. He turned to the left, looking at the street and the people passing by, and asked himself, "Jack, what did I have to do?" Now he realized that his great mission, to which he had dedicated so much effort, he had forgotten it. Jack. And now, he couldn't finish speaking because, as if it were a divine sign, the store behind him began broadcasting a news report on all of its televisions that were for sale. Reporter. The great scientist David Shield has just given a small preview of his next project. Upon hearing the name, David, Jack remembered something. Flashback. 3 people could be seen at a table discussing a plan. Gibbs. Jack has it. Jack. Completely Admiral Gibbs. Gibbs. Let's see what you have to do. Jack. Find a scientist who has the plans for a vault. Marty. The word is scientific. Jack. Oh, thank you, little brother. What would I do without you? Gibbs. Good Jack, you got it, and don't forget the scientist's name. Jack. Of course, was it July? Gibbs. David Shield, repeat it. Jack. David Shield. Findel flashback. Jack, looking over his shoulder, exclaims in a bored tone. Jack. How convenient. After saying that, Jack continued on his way, towards who knows where, since not even he knew. Some time later, Jack. MMMNNNSSSSS, I think I'm lost. He said this because he was on the shore of a small lagoon on the island. Jack. I'm surprised that such a technologically advanced island has a lagoon. Jack could no longer wander off into thought as he heard 2 voices calling him. Guard 1. What are you doing here? Jack spoke in a disinterested tone. Jack. Nah, just taking a walk. Why? Guard 2. Does not see the sign that says Propy. She didn't finish her sentence because when she turned to look at the sign she realized that it wasn't in its usual place, but rather up in a tree. Guard 1. But how did that get there? Anyway, getting back to the point, what are you doing here? Jack. To be honest. While Jack was explaining, in quotes, why he was in that place. In the background on the other side of the small lagoon, a young woman with blonde hair, dressed in a plaid shirt and jeans, was setting up a camera on a stand. From a distance, she appeared to be checking something on the camera until she positioned herself in front of it, waving her arms in greeting. It wasn't very clear what she was saying, or perhaps it was because Jack was speaking a little louder. But getting back to the woman, she showed the camera a kind of boot made of a metal-like material. But after showing them to the camera, she proceeded to put on the boots, approach the water, and press a button on the side of the boots, which began to glow. As the woman walked carefully across the river as if she were floating, after getting used to it, the young woman began to run and jump across the river until the boots suddenly stopped glowing, causing her to fall abruptly into the river. She tried unsuccessfully to swim. But going back to the conversation of the other 3, Jack. And that way they don't have to make deals with a pirate who guides the souls of those who die at sea to the afterlife. As Jack finished telling his little story, the 2 guards remained silent until one of them spoke. Guard 2. And how does that explain the fact that you're here? Jack. Please. He was about to speak until he looked more closely at the noise of the lagoon and heard how it was moving in a very unnatural way, deciding to turn around to see what was happening in the lagoon, and the guards followed him with their eyes. And that's how everyone noticed the girl who was calling for help as she sank. Jack said in a bored tone. Jack. Shouldn't I go rescue her? Guard 1 and Guard 2 stared at each other and spoke in unison. Guard 1 half. Go ahead, I can't swim. A drop of sweat trickled down Jack's neck as he listened to the answers from these two guards, and making a decision, he took off the hat and jacket he was wearing while speaking. Jack. He works on an island in the middle of the ocean and they can't swim. How useless. But anyway, take care of this place and try not to make a mess. Want to. As he said this, he handed his hat, jacket, and boots to Guard 1. Guard 2. What are you going to? He couldn't finish speaking because Jack elegantly jumped into the lagoon and began swimming to help the woman. Jack was swimming as fast as his body allowed, but he noticed that the young woman had already sunk. So Jack took in as much air as his lungs could hold. After doing so, Jack submerged to see that the woman was descending rapidly. Jack raised his hand to reach her, and, succeeding in his goal, grabbed the girl's shirt. But because of the boots he was wearing, he couldn't lift it due to the weight. So, making a quick decision, he swam faster, positioning himself behind the young woman, causing her weight to pull him along as well. But Jack, releasing a wave from his back, caused the girl and him to be forcefully propelled to the surface. Once they arrived at this point, Jack released another wave from his back, sending them hurtling towards the shore. Just as they were about to crash into a tree, Jack, in a swift movement, put his back against the tree to absorb the impact. 5. That was all that was heard in the area. The young woman opened her eyes to realize she was sitting on the lap of a black-haired man. The young woman blushed deeply when she realized the potion she was under with the boy who saved her. The woman, getting up quickly and looking away, thanks Jack. Woman. Thank you so much for saving me. He said this in a rather embarrassed tone. When the young woman received no response, she decided to turn around to see the young man who had saved her, and saw that he had circles of dizziness around his eyes and was unconscious. Previously in this retired lady's novel, Jack Sparrow takes on his old name to infiltrate L Island. On this island, he remembers his mission to recover some plans for David's shield. Jack saves a blonde woman from drowning while testing an invention, but in the process of saving her, Jack becomes unconscious. What awaits Jack? Will One Piece end? Will I run out of nonsense to write? Find out in this new chapter. Location: police station in Whatifdeku, Japan. Narrator: this was a very large office where they had research centers, jails, an interrogation room, the typical things of a police office. In the investigation room, a policewoman was seen checking the computer in the office, until she received a message that made her eyes widen. In another room, in it you could see two people and some kind of mouse, dog, bear, in short, a strange thing. One of the adults, humans, in the room was Shota Aizawa, also known by his hero name, Eraser Herd. This is a tall, thin man with a disheveled appearance. He has long, messy black hair and a tired look with deep dark circles under his eyes. He was dressed in a black suit, which was his hero costume, and had a yellow scarf around his neck. Beside him stood a combination of several creatures. This was the director of the prestigious UA Academy, also known as Nezu. He was dressed in a suit tailored to his height, with a tie and shoes also made for him. Finally, we have the other man who was in front of the aforementioned individuals. This was a police detective, also known as Detective Naomasa. This was a man of average height with dark hair combed back. He always had a serious expression and wore a suit, trench coat, and hat typical of a detective. These three men, in quotes, were discussing a topic. Aizawa: Nezu, I don't understand why you want him at the academy, he's a villain. Nezu: I'd say he's a semi-villain, or what do you say, Tsukauchi? Tsukauchi took a moment to think as he reviewed the papers on the table. After he had thought carefully about his words, he spoke. Tsukauchi: it's true that he only commits robberies, and from what we've seen, he's never hurt anyone during his robberies or intentionally. However, due to the damage he's caused to private property in certain areas of Asia, America, and Europe, we're talking about a young man no older than 17, so it would be illegal to put him in jail. But we could put him in a correctional facility where we can verify that he improves his behavior. The detective remained silent for a couple of seconds before continuing to speak. Tsukauchi: but considering the kind of institution and facilities that UA has, sending him to UA could be considered, but under several security measures, since all the heroes already at the facility shouldn't have any problems containing him, but the state requires him to wear an ankle monitor that indicates his location at all times. These three men, in quotes, were discussing a topic. Aizawa. Nezu, I don't understand why you want him at the academy, he's a villain. Nezu. I'd say he's a semi-villain, or what do you say, Tsukauchi? Tsukauchi took a moment to think as he reviewed the papers on the table. After he had thought carefully about his words, he spoke. Tsukauchi. It's true that he only commits robberies, and from what we've seen, he's never hurt anyone during his robberies or intentionally. However, due to the damage he's caused to private property in certain areas of Asia, America, and Europe, we're talking about a young man no older than 17, so it would be illegal to put him in jail. But we could put him in a correctional facility where we can verify that he improves his behavior. The detective remained silent for a couple of seconds before continuing to speak. Tsukauchi. But considering the kind of institution and facilities that UA has, sending him to UA could be considered, but under several security measures, since all the heroes already at the facility shouldn't have any problems containing him, but the state requires him to wear an ankle monitor that indicates his location at all times. Several heroes could be seen gathered at the airport on the outskirts of Muzudafu. Among the most outstanding heroes were Eraserhead, the rabbit heroine, Mirko, quirk. His quirk gives him rabbit-like characteristics. The dragon heroine, Rukyu, quirk. Dragon, allows him to transform into a dragon. Kamui Woods, quirk. Tree, allows him to draw wood from his body. Edgeshot, quirk. Allows him to stretch and fold his body until it is as thin as a sheet of paper. And finally, there was the greatest hero in all of Japan. All Might. Most of the heroes had no idea why they were there and were even more confused by the police call, as it was very unusual for political forces to request their help without it being an emergency. Everyone was confused except Eraserhead, who already knew the plan. The heroes were murmuring among themselves until they saw Detective Tsukauchi appear with the small rodent Nezu on his shoulder. Tsukauchi began to speak in a tone that resembled that of a commander addressing his platoon. Tsukauchi. We know you have doubts and we promise that all your doubts will be resolved in due time, but for now we ask that you board the jet that is on runway number 5. None of the heroes moved from their places. The silence in the place was deafening, until the symbol of peace began to move towards the jet, without saying a word but with a smile that conveyed tranquility and a desire to follow him. The other heroes, with their doubts, began to follow Japan's number 1 hero to the jet. Once everyone was seated in small groups that had formed out of doubt about what they wanted them for. In a room on the jet, Might was found in his malnourished old form, listening to why he was there and the plan Nezu had already made with the investigative police. Convincing him was easy, because the moment he heard L Island and pirate, he immediately agreed, since his almost brother, David Shield, and his niece were there, and he would do whatever was necessary to make sure nothing bad happened to them. Where the heroes were, murmurs could be heard, and several questions from the heroes. The dragon heroine was talking to her best friend, Mirko. Rukyu. Mirko, why do you think they want us? Mirko. I haven't the slightest idea, but I hope that wherever they take us there are strong people to fight. He said this with a predatory smile. The other two heroes remained silent. The murmurs in the room ceased when Aizawa appeared with Nezu on his shoulder, and next to them were Tsukauchi. Nezu. Very well, now you'll know the reason why you're on this jet. A large screen appeared from a wall, revealing the map of El Islan. Tsukauchi was about to start speaking but stopped short, remaining just that, was about to, as the heroine Mirko. A woman who stood out, for her muscular body and rabbit ears and feet that were her most striking features. Mirko. Do we have to go to that fucking boring island? Well, no thanks, I'm leaving. She said this in an angry tone because they had wasted her time. Rukyu was about to speak up to debate with her friend, but Nezu beat her to it. Nezu. The target to capture is the young captain of the Black Pearl, also known as Jack Sparrow. As he said this, an image of the aforementioned appeared on the screen. And Mirko stopped walking and stood still, and at that moment Nezu spoke again. Nezu. According to the information we have, you, Miss Mirko, already tried to capture him 5 years ago along with your partner, Hawks. Mirko. Turning around quickly, spoke and said in an angry tone. Mirko. Where is that brat? Nezu, with a satisfied smile that Aizawa didn't let go unnoticed, let Tsukauchi speak about the plan and everything they needed to know. After the same separate room where All Might, Aizawa, Nezu, and Tsukauchi were could be seen. Aizawa, drawing Nezu's attention, spoke. Aizawa. Nezu, you already planned for one of them to refuse at first, didn't you? Nezu. Hey, you always know what I have planned. Aizawa. What would you have done if he refused after hearing the brat's name? Nezu spoke in a relaxed tone. Nezu. If that had happened, it wouldn't have mattered since the jet has already taken off and we're in the middle of the ocean, hehe. Everyone present let a drop of sweat fall after listening to the rodent. But Nezu continued talking. Nezu. But it was almost impossible for her to refuse, since she feels she lost in their confrontation, and she's not far wrong. All Might asked with doubt. All Might. Did they face each other before? Nezu remained silent as he watched Tsukauchi, waiting for him to speak. Tsukauchi spoke with a sigh. Tsukauchi. Well look. Flashback. There was a port where several wooden ships were moored, but the one that attracted the most attention was a black ship with sails of the same color. This was the Black Pearl. But on the dock where the boats were moored, several people were sitting around a table. Gibbs. And, I win, Imperial Flower. He said this in a mocking tone. The other pirates, who were around the table, began to complain. Pirate 1. Hey, he cheated. Pirate 3. If he cheated. Pirate 2. Damned pirate. Gibbs. Hey, I won fairly. The other pirates were about to reprimand, until they heard Marty shout something from the Pearl. Marty. Watch out, people are approaching. Upon hearing this, the pirates remained in their positions with serious expressions, until two strangers appeared. These were Mirko and Hawks. Hawks was a blond man with two wings sticking out of his back, and he was dressed in. She was wearing a short, beige sand bomber jacket, underneath which she had a black turtleneck shirt. He was wearing black pants, dark boots, yellow gloves, headphones, and red-tinted sunglasses. Hawks took the initiative and began to speak. Hawks. Excuse me, gentlemen, by any chance do you know where Captain Jack Sparrow is? All the pirates turned to look at each other, until they all fixed their gaze on Gibbs. Gibbs, for his part, was unconcerned. He was going to deny his captain's whereabouts, until he heard Marty speaking through an earpiece in his ear. Marty. Tell them where the captain is. These are pretty strong professional heroes. Gibbs. But, Gobbs couldn't finish speaking because Marty interrupted him. Marty. Don't worry, I already sent Marla to where the captain is. Gibbs, addressing the heroes, spoke. Gibbs. The captain is in the village bar. Hawks. And tell me, where is that bar? Gibbs, pointing to a small hill, said. Gibbs. In that place. Hawks, smiling at Gibbs, offered him his hand and said, Kid, I can save you from that bad man, you just have to come with me. Gibbs looked at the hero's hand, but instead of shaking it, the hero ignored it and, turning to the other pirates present, spoke. Gibbs. Come on, let's play another one. When Mirko saw what they had done to his friend, he was about to pounce on the boy. But Hawks stopped her, dragging her into the bar. Hawks. Mirko, calm down. That damned man must have something against the boy. When we capture Jack, everything will be resolved. Mirko calmed down and spoke. Mirko. Okay, little dove, let's go after that wretch. Narrator. The two professionals were getting closer and closer to the bar, until someone bumped into the rabbit heroine. Mirko. Look here, little rat. She said this while turning to look at the subject, and instead of seeing someone large and burly as she had expected, what she saw was a child. Image of Jack at that time. Excuse me, miss, I was thinking about something. Although your beauty is hard not to notice, if you'll excuse me, I'm in a hurry. See you later, beautiful. Having said this, the boy, who looked no older than 10, turned around and began to walk slowly away. Hawks, having witnessed what had happened and seeing the child disappear into the distance, spoke. Hawks. What a polite boy. Although his clothes were a bit odd, in my opinion. What do you think, Mirko? Mirko. Hawks. Mirko. Having said this, the hero turned to look at his companion, noticing that she had a rather prominent blush. Hawks, giving an evil smile, spoke to his friend. Hawks. He's younger, Mirko. Upon hearing that, the rabbit heroine blushed even more and spoke. Mirko. Shut up, you damn chicken. Hawks, upon hearing that, began to laugh, until he remembered what they had to do. Mirko, seeing the change in her companion, did the same, becoming serious and walking back to the bar. In the bar, the professionals had barely arrived at the bar when they saw an open-air bar with many tables, and these were full of pirates. As they approached, the pirates noticed their presence and fell silent. The heroes were advancing through the tables while receiving everyone's gaze, until they reached a man who looked like one of the pirate captains. Hawks. We've come for Mr. Jack Sparrow. Upon hearing that, the man began to stand up, until he was standing completely upright. This was a man who was between 1.90 and 2 meters tall. He was bald and had his torso uncovered, revealing his many scars and muscles. Mirko and Hawks got into fighting stances, thinking they were about to be attacked, until they were perplexed when the man started laughing very loudly. Man. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that? They called Sparrow's brat, sir, ha 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 ha. The other pirates in the bar started laughing along with the man. The heroes were confused by this, and the man realized it and spoke. Man. It's obvious you don't know him. Didn't you see a boy with a hat like this on your way here? He said this while pointing to the hat that was on the table. The heroes are wide-eyed with the same question. Was that kid the dreaded Jack Sparrow? They didn't have time to think any further, because their thoughts were interrupted by the same man. Man. Look, we pirates don't have codes of honor for ourselves or our own, but that kid. I can't let them catch him. He said this while trying to hit the heroes, but they dodged him and Mirko counterattacked, but the man did nothing to defend himself, since when the rabbit's paw touched his face, the man didn't even move, but he spoke. Man. And they seem not to know me either, hee hee. Taking Mirko's paw, I speak. Man. I am Captain Nom and my quirk is shock absorption. He said this while throwing Mirko out of the area where the tables were. Nom was about to advance towards Mirko, but felt something pierce his leg. He turned around and saw red feathers, a gift from Hawks. Hawks, standing in front of Mirko, while he was recovering, spoke. Hawks. Go get Jack, I'll hold him. Knowing that it wasn't the time to argue with his companion, Mirko ran towards the dock. Pirate. Captain, a hero's gone, do we do something? Nom. Sure, order me another beer, the kid will be fine, with just one hero hee hee, I just have to keep myself entertained with this one. He said this while staring intently at Hawks. With Mirko, she was arriving at the dock when she saw the black boat begin to move, but she also saw the same boy she had bumped into, standing on the dock looking at her with a disinterested expression. Mirko. Jack Sparrow, you're under arrest. He couldn't speak because Jack had already spoken. Jack. Miss, as you can see, he said this raising his hands and with a smile on his face, I don't have handcuffs yet. Miko. For now, he said this as he ran towards the captain. But he didn't move, not a single emotion. Mirko was about 3 meters away and was about to jump to hit the pirate, but he saw a wave coming from the ladder, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. She was about to stop, but she felt strange. Looking at her legs, she was surprised because they were like those of a normal human. She stood up but fell back to her knees, not used to her legs. The heroine was staring at her hands. But then she felt someone grab her chin. Looking up, she saw Jack. Jack. Sorry, beautiful, but I can't go with you, but I can leave you this as a keepsake. He said this while moving closer to her lips. Mirko, not knowing what to do, simply closed his eyes. But she felt nothing on her lips, though she did feel something in her hands, so she opened her eyes again, looking at her hand and seeing a gold coin in it. Confused, she looked back at Jack, and he smiled at her as he spoke. Jack. Sorry for the trouble, sweetheart, but next time it's your turn. I didn't finish speaking because from the black pearl that was leaving the dock, a rope came out, wrapped around Jack's torso, and dragged him along with it. Jack. Wait, all. He didn't finish his sentence because he was sent flying towards the ship, courtesy of the rope. Findel flash back. Mirko. And that's what happened. He said this looking at his hand and seeing the same coin that Jack had given him years before. Rukiu. I see. But don't worry, you'll win now. In the other room of the jet. Tsukauchi. And that's what happened. All Might. I see. I'll be careful, in case he manages to cancel my muscular form. Elsewhere. A black-haired man was lying in a room, but he seemed to be having a nightmare. Jack, opening his eyes and quickly getting up, exclaimed. Jack. Capitan. Jack's dream. Darkness. That's all that could be seen, but someone was floating in that darkness. This was our young protagonist Jack Sparrow, also known as Izuku Midoriya. He floated relaxed and calm, enjoying the peace of being alone, but his brief moment of peace was interrupted by the voice of someone who brought back many memories for young Jack. Unknown 1. Jack. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jack tried to look around to see where it was coming from, but he found nothing. Unknown 2. Child. Jack. Where are they? Unknown 3. What happened? Jack. What do you mean? Unknown 4. Didn't you learn anything from the captain? Or from us? This particular voice sounded angry. Jack. But if. Unknown 5. Don't lie. Then Jack sees orbs of light that begin to spin around him, while different voices speak. Unknown 1. Why Jack? Unknown 2. Child, where is the freedom you want so much? Unknown 3. Where is the conviction to take care of all your loved ones? Unknown 4. Captain, we all sacrificed ourselves for you, and what are you doing? While the voices continued speaking, Jack tried to cover his ears so he wouldn't hear those voices that tormented him anymore. Jack. Par. Peren. As soon as he said, stop, last, the voices fell silent and the dark space had transformed into a white place. But aside from the color difference, there was also something else about this white background. What was there were some people that Jack knew very well. Jack. Guys. Jack, after better analyzing the situation, started running towards the people while exclaiming. Jack. Hey, here I am. The young man could no longer run as he was captured by tentacles emerging from a black abyss. Jack, feeling the touch of something holding him back, turned to look behind him, seeing the same black background where he was. Turning back to where the group of people had been, he no longer saw them. He could only see one woman. She had loose green hair and was wearing a pink shirt and pants. Jack tried to see her face, but he couldn't because it was blank, but he could hear the woman's voice. Inko. Izuku, Hio donde estás? Jack was about to open his mouth to ask, who are you, but that's where he stopped. He was stuck in a, was. Before she could utter a word, a shrill voice spoke. Izuku. Mommy, I'm coming. The voice said this as it shot towards his mother. But Jack was surprised by the boy's appearance. He was like a child, with black hair, freckles, and a pirate hat. The woman took the child in her arms and began walking in the opposite direction from Jack, while Jack watched with a pain in his chest, not even knowing why. Seeing that the woman had disappeared into the infinity of white space, Jack began to cry. Jack. Why am I crying? I have Gibbs and Marty, I don't need anyone else. I don't care about the others, I only need those two and Pearl, right? This question wasn't directed at anyone in particular, but a voice spoke to him. Unknown. It seems that young Will Turner is now making deals with children. The young pirate, excited by the voice, spoke. Jack. Who's there? Unknown. I am just someone who wants to repay the blood debt your ancestors owe me. Jack, regaining his confident tone, began to speak. Jack. You see, the issue is with my ancestors, not me, so pulpit, can I go? Unknown. Ha. You are a very funny guy, and even though you're right that it's a deal with your ancestors. Jack interrupting the pirate octopus crab. Jack. Well, case closed. I have no issues with you, nor do you with me, and I'm not interested in making any deals at the moment. The octopus-like man seemed to lose his composure and rushed towards Jack. When he was in front of the latter, he grabbed him by the neck with his pincers and angrily exclaimed. Unknown. I have a dilemma with you. And you have one with the Flying Dutchman. Jack couldn't speak properly because of the clamp around his neck, but he managed to speak. Jack. I have you. A traitor with will. The stranger, releasing Jack, began to laugh uncontrollably. Unknown. Wajaja jaja 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 jaja. Jack, taking deep breaths, still spoke with difficulty. Jack. What's wrong, little octopus? The stranger stopped laughing, but still spoke in a mocking tone. Unknown. It's funny that you think your deal was with Will Turner. Jack still looked doubtful, and the man didn't let this go unnoticed. Unknown. You seem confused, little one. Let me explain a little. Narrated by the stranger. For hundreds of years I was the captain of the Dutchman, carrying the souls of the dead, but that's not all I did. I discovered that I had no power over anyone, neither the crew of the Dutchman nor the souls of the fallen. The one who has all the power is the Dutchman. The Dutchman gave me power, because I was the captain. I could make deals with people, I could have my own playground, I had my Mercedes and the Kraken. I had everything, except what I wanted. But I realized that nothing was mine. All those luxuries belonged to the Dutchman. That drove me to despair, but I could live with it. But at the moment of my death, I thought I could achieve something on my own, freedom. But the pleasant surprise I had was that I died in my physical body, but my soul ended up bound to the Dutchman, just like its new captain, and that's what connects us, being the captains of the Dutchman. That's why I can repay your debt, because as you'll see, being a soul isn't much fun, and I wouldn't mind resuming my position as the great Davy Jones, captain of the Flying Dutchman. The most popular one, the narrator narrates. Jack let out a small smile that quickly transformed into a bigger one. Jack. Well, David, it seems you need me, and I don't need anything from you, so tell me, what do I get out of it? The former captain of the Flying Dutchman looked at Jack and spoke. David. Well, let's say you win, that I get that for you. He said this while looking at her neck. Jack, a little confused, spoke. Jack. What, my neck? You know I need it to live, so, no thanks. David. Just look at yourself in a mirror, remember, it will follow you, it will be your guard and your downfall, it will save you but it will kill you. Jack was puzzled by this but couldn't ask anything because it started to disappear. Jack. Well, get yourself another one, because I think I'm about to kick the bucket. Davy Jones spoke wearily. David. You're only just waking up, but before you go, you need to know. The beast will follow you, it will be your guard and your downfall, it will save you but it will kill you. Jack, with a look of confusion bigger than Walter White's bald head, wanted to ask what was chasing him, but before he could utter a single word, it disappeared, leaving the former ruler of the sea alone and staring into space. Out of Jack's mind, young Jack could be seen opening his eyes as he looked at the ceiling. Nara Jack, I had just woken up from the strangest dream I've ever had, but I didn't think much of it since it was just a dream, it couldn't be real. I woke up staring at the ceiling and realized I wasn't home. I wasn't in the Pearl. Sitting on the bed, I looked around. It was a normal room, although I had to use a lot of imagination to say that last part. Why do I say that? I say this because the room was full of blueprints, and when I say full, I mean there were a whole lot. I couldn't help but think of Marty. That little guy had definitely turned out to be a bit of a scientist. Aside from the blueprints, what caught my eye were the various items on display: helmets, clothing, gloves, boots, and much more. But these weren't ordinary. They had descriptions attached, and to be honest, I was too lazy to even bother reading them. But something in particular caught my attention more than usual. The world's most handsome man narrates, the narrator. What had caught the attention of the young captain of the Black Pearl, apart from the rather curious objects, was a blonde head of hair that was on top of a desk. Jack carefully got out of bed, without making a single sound. Once standing, he walked without noticing where he was stepping, causing him to stumble in slow motion while cursing himself. Jack's thoughts. Well, it was a good life. Out of your mind. As he finished falling, he closed his eyes to just feel his end, but what he thought would be a hard floor turned out to be a carpet, quite comfortable, but with a detail that showed that Jack was blessed by Granny Coco, since the carpet didn't make a single sound at the moment of impact. Jack, having recovered and looked around to make sure no one had seen what had happened, began to walk again, but this time looking at the ground in case there were any more obstacles. When he saw that she had blonde hair, he realized she was a girl, and very beautiful in his opinion. She was sitting with her head resting on a notebook, the writing in which was invisible. In front of her was a computer screen displaying a paused video with dates from that same day. Jack, indifferent to all of this, decided to continue searching for his goal and a way to communicate with his people. He was about to open the door, but something made him turn around. He had no idea what it was, but he did nothing to stop the sudden movement. When he turned around again, he saw the girl shivering from the cold. Jack turned around again, ready to let this go, until he remembered something. Memory. In this memory, 3 children could be seen in a boat, shivering from the cold and with their clothes soaked. End of memory. Upon remembering this, Jack could do nothing more than whisper, "Jack! Damn it!" Having said this, he turned around, went to the bed, grabbed a blanket and covered the girl. Having done this, Jack was finally able to leave the room. As Jack left the room, he saw a hallway that wasn't very big. Next to the young woman's room was another door that appeared to be a bathroom, judging by the sign and the door's decoration. In front of this door were stairs leading to the first floor. Further down the hallway was another room with a sign that read, "Plans," and at the end of the hallway was an open door that revealed the main room. Jack started walking down the corridor towards the stairs. As he was about to go downstairs, he saw the sign on the door out of the corner of his eye, abruptly stopping him in his tracks. Jack spoke in a doubtful tone. "Jack, should I check?" "Nah, we're on Island. Everyone or almost everyone here is a scientist." Having said this, the dark-haired man continued on his way up the stairs. As he went downstairs and turned left, he saw a fairly large room, which had several display cases with trophies. As Jack approached one of these, he saw a name engraved with a phrase. "Scientist of the Year, David S." Jack, with a raised eyebrow, exclaimed, "Jack. David S. He has the same name as the man I'm looking for, what a coincidence." After saying that, Jack continued walking towards a door that seemed to be the exit of the house, but as he walked, Jack saw several pictures of a man wearing a scientist's lab coat, with glasses and brown hair, but Jack, being Jack, spoke. "Jack. Crazy." Jack, touching the door handle, realizes something and opens his eyes very wide. "Jack. If the bombshell above has all these things, that means she's a big fan of the man I'm looking for, and I think she'd be more helpful, since her father's name is David, and she wondered where I could find him. I'll find the scientist and, in turn, the plans. I solved the puzzle." Thinking that was a very good idea, Jack started walking back to the room, and when he arrived he saw that the blonde was in bed. "Jack. Hey, that's my spot." Jack was unable to wake her up because he felt sorry for her when he saw that the blonde was having some kind of nightmare. So, resigned, he lay down on the floor and closed his eyes, hoping to ease his hunger. "Jack. I wish I had some rum." Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a new chapter of your Friday soap opera. Without further ado, let's begin. He narrates who thinks in pure stupidity. In a rather messy room, a prominent sound began to emanate from a computer screen on a desk. In contrast, a blonde woman was seen waking up from her sleep due to a sudden sound. The woman, who appeared to be no more than 15 years old, got out of bed and headed towards the sound. She took a few steps until she tripped over a young man with black hair, who made a sound of pain from the impact. Although both were a little sore, neither noticed the other's presence. Until the blonde decided to open her eyes, to see what she had tripped over. He narrates who thinks in pure stupidity. In a rather messy room, a prominent sound began to emanate from a computer screen on a desk. In contrast, a blonde woman was seen waking up from her sleep due to a sudden sound. The woman, who appeared to be no more than 15 years old, got out of bed and headed towards the sound. She took a few steps until she tripped over a young man with black hair, who made a sound of pain from the impact. Although both were a little sore, neither noticed the other's presence. Until the blonde decided to open her eyes, to see what she had tripped over. When she opened her eyes, she was perplexed to see a black-haired man wearing rather peculiar clothes. Jack, in turn, began to speak. "Jack. Hey, look here, okay." As he said this, Jack opened his eyes, looking at the blonde, their gazes becoming intertwined. Jack was about to say something else, but he couldn't get a word out because the blonde let out a rather loud scream, which would make my screams look ridiculous when my mom came back from a school meeting. Upon hearing the deafening scream, Jack covered his ears with his hands as he spoke. "Jack, calm down, calm down, calm down." Ignoring him, the woman stood up, looking around for something to throw at the stranger in front of her. When he saw something to throw at him, he picked it up and threw it. About 5 minutes passed in the same way. The girl was looking for something to throw at Jack, and he was trying to calm her down. After about 5 more minutes, they were both tired, one from picking up and chasing the other, and the other from escaping while trying to reason with the other. The blonde was kneeling as she spoke. What are you doing in my house?" She said this while trying to calm her breathing. Jack was sitting on the floor. "Jack, I have no idea, I just woke up in this place." Jack wasn't as tired as the blonde, since he had practice and stamina, escaping. Upon hearing this, the blonde took a moment to think, until she realized that it was she who had brought him after saving her. Realizing her misunderstanding, she quickly stood up and bowed apologetically. Jack was confused by this action, as he thought she was going to throw something else at him. 10 minutes later, Jack looked bored. The change her face underwent in these 10 minutes is certainly very surprising. "I went from smiling to being bored, because of the woman who's been apologizing to me this whole time." Blonde. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't know what I was doing, you saved me and even so, I attacked you without hesitation." She couldn't finish her sentence because Jack interrupted her. "Jack. Yeah, that was a lot." Blonde. "But, Jack," interrupting again, spoke to him. Jack. "Look, miss, let's make a deal." He said this while getting up from the floor with a smile on his face. Blonde. "I'll treat you." The blonde responded by following him with her eyes. Jack, walking around the blonde, spoke. Jack. "Exactly, a deal, you help me with what I need." The blonde was hesitant to accept the deal, but Jack, noticing this, spoke up. Jack. "Of course, you'll gain something too, you'll get my help to finish that invention you have on that wall, and also, I'll forget everything that happened." He said this with a smile, pointing his index finger at the wall to one side of them. The blonde looked in the direction Jack was pointing and immediately agreed. Blonde. Deal. Jack jumped when he heard the blonde scream, as he hadn't expected the plan to be so important that she would accept it immediately. Why am I pointing to that specific plane? Simple. Since the plan covered a large part of the wall and wasn't being covered by anything other than some simple post-it notes with ideas written on them. Blonde. Well, what do you need? He said this with a latent emotion. Jack. Okay, I have 4 steps to follow. Blonde. Okay, what are they? Jack. Well, Nara Jack. When I asked myself what steps to take, I hesitated for a moment, but that doubt disappeared in an instant and I spoke. Jack. Okay miss, these are my 4 steps, yes. I said this while putting on a pair of teacher's glasses. Jack. Look, step number 2 is that, since you're an inventor as far as I can see, you're going to make a communicator that receives radio waves from a couple of kilometers away. Do you think you're capable of doing that? As I was saying this to him, I remembered why I was asking him for a communicator. Memory. Jack. Shit, the ship is sinking, where are my I couldn't finish speaking because I saw my backpack, where my things were, floating out of the boat, and a statement, money, and a bottle of rum came out of it. End of memory. Jack. Do you think you can? The blonde held a notebook in one hand and a pencil in the other. Blonde. Yes, sure. Jack, striking the bottom of his fist with the palm of his other open hand, spoke. Jack. Okay, now, the third thing I need is your help. To find the scientist named David Shield. The blonde, who was focused on drawing up the communicator plans, didn't pay attention to the last thing the dark-haired man said, responding quickly. Blonde. Yes, what about the other thing? Jack, becoming very serious, spoke. Jack. Now, listen to me very carefully, this is the most important thing I'm going to ask you. The blonde stopped writing to pay attention to Jack and asked. Blonde. And what is this? She said this with great doubt, because of the tension that had suddenly formed in the room. Jack. S. Blonde. Yes, Jack. The blonde, a little more desperate, asked more forcefully. Blonde. Is it? Jack, in a calmer tone and with a smile, asked. Jack. Where can I find a rum shop? The blonde, hitting her forehead, spoke. Blonde. And I got nervous, those shops are in the city center. Jack. Okay, I'll leave you with the second thing I asked for, while you tell me the third thing I asked for, so I can go get it. The blonde, noticing something, asked. Blonde. But you said you had 4 things to ask for, but you only mentioned 3. Jack. Oh, sorry. I overlooked the first part, hee. Blonde. Well, what's the first thing you're going to ask me? Jack, getting serious again, spoke. Jack. This is very, very important and a very serious matter. As she said this, the tension in the room returned. The blonde tensed up again and asked. Blonde. What is that? Jack spoke seriously. Jack. Well, maybe you should tell me your name. He said the last part with a smile. Upon hearing this, the blonde blushed so deeply that she would put a tomato to shame, realizing that she hadn't introduced herself. Blonde. Sorry, my name is Melissa Shield and why you are. Upon hearing this question, Jack gave a half smile and, moving away from the blonde, began to speak. Jack. You see, Miss Melly, I am one of the most famous, wonderful, and fabulous pirates. I am the one who lives for his freedom. I am the captain who is always doing what's best for his crew. I am. Upon saying, I am, he turned around, looking Melissa in the face, and exclaimed with excessive confidence. Jack. I am the great captain of the Black Pearl, I am. Jack Sparrow. Melissa was perplexed when she heard the beginning of the presentation, until she heard the final part, and then she started to laugh. Melissa. PFFT, ha 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 ha. Jack's confident expression shifted to confusion at Melissa's laughter, so he asked. Jack. And what do you find funny about my presentation? Melissa, trying not to laugh, spoke. Melissa. Well, you seem really into your cosplay, ha ha ha. Jack, even more confused, said. Jack. Cosplay. Melissa, after finishing laughing, explained her point. Melissa. Yes, cosplay, people who dress up as fictional characters. I find it very strange that you don't know that, considering you're doing cosplay now, and besides, the Black Pearl is a legend, a myth, and the myth says that its captain was named Gibbs, not Jack. Jack's face showed how upset and confused he was. Jack saw no other option than to respond to this in a manner worthy of him. Jack. Just kidding. If it was a joke, it was to see if you were paying attention to the legends, He said this outwardly, but inwardly he was cursing his right-hand man with all his might. Melissa. But seriously now, tell me, what's your name? Jack replied hesitantly. Jack. My name is Izuku, just Izuku. Melissa, with a smile that stirred something within our protagonist, spoke. Melissa. Nice to meet you, Izuku, and I hope we can help each other as much as possible. Upon seeing and hearing these words from Melissa, Jack felt something, a feeling he hadn't expected to feel with anyone other than his crew, and that was trust. A black-haired man could be seen walking through a busy area of the city. He seemed to be looking for something, as he kept glancing at the shops next to him and those across the street. At one point during the walk, Jack stopped and stood still, asking a question to no one in particular. Jack. Elizabeth said the store was somewhere downtown. He said this while recalling a short conversation with the blonde. Memory. In the memory, 2 people could be seen. One was a blonde with glasses and the other was a black-haired man. These 2 people were talking about topics that seemed quite serious. Jack, in a serious tone. Many introductions, Miss Elizabeth, but now it's time for the next. Jack couldn't finish speaking because Melissa interrupted him unexpectedly and a little annoyed. Melissa. Oh, I already told you, my name isn't Elizabeth, my name is Melissa. The dark-haired man, paying no attention to Melissa's words, continued talking. Jack. Okay, miss, while you work on your thing, I'll focus on mine, so see you around. As he said this, Jack was walking towards the door, and just as he was about to leave, the blonde's voice called to him, causing him to stop in the doorway. Melissa. Izuku, thanks. Jack was certainly confused. He had no idea why he was being thanked, but Jack, being Jack, replied. Jack, it's a pleasure, miss, although I usually let myself be paid rather than receive thanks, but since it's you, leave it at that. As he said this, Jack turned to look at Melissa, giving her a smile. Melissa could only respond with a smile, as the dark-haired man turned around and left. When Melissa saw that the dark-haired man had already left, she decided to start with the radio. She approached the desk, until suddenly Jack returned, making Melissa jump in fright. Jack. Elizabeth, do you know where? Jack was once again unable to finish speaking as an angry Melissa hit him on the head with a book. End of memory. When Jack realized he hadn't been able to ask Melissa about the store he was looking for, his eyes widened, but it didn't seem to matter to him. He started walking, putting his hands behind his neck and softening his expression. 20 minutes later, due to life's twists and turns, our protagonist ended up on top of a lamppost. How? The truth is that not even Jack himself knew how. You could see the dark-haired guy hanging upside down from a lamppost, looking very relaxed. Jack. I don't think this will work. As he said this, the fabric that held him to the lamppost tore, causing him to fall. After recovering from the blow, Jack decided to simply ask, and of all the people he could have chosen, he decided to ask the least likely one. Jack. Who should I ask? It's either the lady with lots of bags who's with her friends or the policeman on that corner. I know. After finishing speaking, he began walking towards the group of ladies, but when he was a couple of meters away he turned towards a person who was hooded. Jack. Excuse me, could you tell me where there's a liquor store? The hooded person was certainly nervous, as they thought they had been discovered, but decided to continue with their plan until they saw Jack act first. Hooded figure. Why yes, I think there's one over there. As I say this, I raise a finger pointing in a specific direction. When Jack turned to look in that direction, he saw a shop. When he finished looking around, he turned back to the stranger and thanked him. Jack. Thank you very much. After saying that, he turned around and started walking. The hooded figure, seeing that Jack had moved a safe distance away, began to follow him. When he saw that Jack had entered the shop he had been told about, he decided to observe him through the window that offered a view of much of the shop's interior. Inside the store was nothing special. There were liquors everywhere and at the back a counter with the shopkeeper behind it. Jack looked around the store carefully, taking his time before deciding to move forward. As he was the only person in the place, his footsteps could be heard echoing, one by one. Suddenly the footsteps had stopped. This was because Jack had already arrived in front of the counter, but the vendor seemed not to have noticed his presence. So Jack decides to give the salesman a lopsided smile as he speaks. Jack. Hey. When Jack didn't receive a response, he decided to speak louder. Jack. Hey. The vendor, startled by the shout, jumped from his seat, and upon realizing who was standing in front of him, spoke. Salesperson. Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you? Seeing that the seller had already noticed, Jack decided to speak a little more naturally. Jack. Look here, good landlubber, I've sailed seas of dust and dry winds to reach this noble establishment. I've come for the most prized thing you can offer a pirate, I mean, a normal person, rum. He said this while still wearing a lopsided smile. The vendor seemed confused by Jack's words. All that came out of his mouth was a vendor. Huh. Noticing the vendor's confused expression, Jack spoke again, but now without his lopsided smile. He just wore a bored expression. Jack. Rum. I've come to buy rum. Salesperson. Okay, any in particular? Jack, noticing the attitude that had become more cheerful, decided to take the easy way out. Jack. Well, look, I need one that will quench the tongue desert I have right now. The salesman already had an idea of what kind of rum the person in front of him wanted. Seller. Well, I think I have what you're asking for. Saying this, he turns around and takes one that was on the wall, placing it on the counter. Jack stared at the rum, fascinated. It was the first time he'd seen it in such a clean and beautiful bottle, in his eyes. This bottle had a medium brown hue that revealed the contents inside. It had a label that said, Ron Barcelo. Jack was happily about to pay, until the seller spoke again. Vendor. But before I sell you any liquor, I need you to show me an ID or something that proves you're of legal drinking age. Upon hearing identification and of legal age, Jack's smile vanished instantly, leaving him with an emotionless face, but his expression changed again when they spoke once more. Jack. Well, my good innkeeper, we have a small problem. Hee. I left my documents on the ship of Oblivion. No. Could I let it slide this time? The salesman didn't seem convinced by this, so he decided to do the most obvious thing. Salesperson. Let me check with my boss. Having said this, he turned a quarter turn and walked towards a door that led to the back of the store. Jack just watched her leave and sighed. 5 minutes later. During these 5 minutes, Jack walked around the store looking at the various types of alcohol they sold. At one point, he saw 2 heads peeking out of the door where the salesman had left. He thought they were going to collect payment, but the heads quickly turned back towards the rear. Just as Jack was about to take the rum and leave, the vendor returned. Vendor. Look, my boss saw it and said he had no problem selling you the alcohol. Upon hearing this, Jack gave his half smile. Seller. Very well, that would be MMMNNNSS 1,500 yen. Upon hearing the price, Jack reached into his pants pocket, pulling out coins from different countries, a piece of lint, and about 10 yen. Jack, helplessly, spoke again. Jack. How about I give you 10 yen and tell you a story about how I met the captain of the Flying Dutchman? The salesman just stared seriously at Jack, without saying a single word. The hooded figure outside, observing everything, was about to enter, as the tension would make Jack do anything. Jack stared at the vendor until he sighed and took off his boot. The hooded man was confused by him, because he had taken off his boot. The vendor was just as confused as the hooded figure outside, until he saw Jack shake the boot, turn it over in his hand, and drop a cloth bag containing several coins. Jack, adjusting his boot, asked the vendor in a tired tone. Jack. Do you accept shillings? The vendor was still confused, and Jack, noticing this, sighed again, taking a coin out of his bag and showing it to the vendor. Jack. Shellin. The salesman decided to consult his boss again, and when Jack saw the salesman leave through the door once more, he grabbed the rum and a wallet that was on the counter and left. The hooded figure was angry about Jack's theft, but he knew that if he acted then, Tsukauchi and Nezu's plan would fall apart, so he decided to follow Jack. Jack decided to walk around the city, until he saw a tourist route, which showed the top of the great metal wall that surrounded the large island. At one point he stood still admiring the sunset, and at that moment he decided to open the rum and start drinking. When the sun had completely set, Jack approached the edge of the wall and, looking down, he saw a great drop, but at the bottom of it there was a sharp drop coming from the sea. Jack looked at this calmly and continued looking at the sea, noticing that there were some small islands beyond Island. Jack didn't know it, but the hooded figure watched him the entire way and his every move. When Jack decided to retreat to Melissa's house, the hooded figure stood for a while watching Jack's back as he left, and following Jack's example, he left too. Later, Jack. I think it was around here. She said this while trying to remember the way back to Melissa's house. Jack. I don't think it was because of this place. As I said this, I turned down a street, which had many houses. Although they all had the same designs, there were characteristics that differentiated the houses from one another, such as color, front yard, and exterior decorations. As Jack continued walking, he finally saw it, the house he had come out of. It was gray and contained various technological devices. As he approached the door and knocked, no one answered, so Jack decided to persist. Jack. Elizabeth, open the door. He said this while frantically banging on the door. His call was interrupted by an elderly lady passing by, which caught Jack's attention. Ma'am. Young. Our protagonist, upon hearing someone calling him, decided to stop knocking and turn around to see a lady gesturing for him to come closer. As the lady approached, she began to speak to him. Ma'am. Young man, why are you knocking on the door so desperately? Jack turned to look at the house and then at the lady, and as he pointed at the house with his index finger, he spoke. Jack. That one. The lady felt a little puzzled because Jack was making movements, as if he were dizzy. But the lady put that aside and began to speak again. Ma'am. Yes, young man, is that someone you know from the Shields? Upon hearing the surname Shield, Jack raised an eyebrow and remained silent. Noticing the black-haired man's silence, the lady spoke. Ma'am, what's going on? Aren't you known to the Shield? Jack responded quickly, convincingly, and confidently to the lady's questions. Jack. Actually, I'm friends with Eliza. Melissa, do you know her? Fair-skinned, with glasses, blonde hair, and blue eyes. The lady, giving a playful giggle, spoke. Lady. Oh boy, I'm glad you're friends with Melly Chan. Jack, noticing the lady's nickname, raised another eyebrow. She dreamed of it, noticing the confusion on Jack's face, and spoke again. Lady. You'll see, boy. The lady narrates. The Shield family moved to this place a while ago, I'd say about 10 years ago. There were 2 of them. The older one, a man with light brown hair and blue eyes, and his daughter, a blonde with pearly blue eyes. At that time, my husband and I dreamed of having a child, but due to some health problems I had, I was never able to have one. We tried to adopt, but as you can see, this island may have everything you could want, but what it doesn't have is an orphanage. Stop narrating, lady. The lady paused briefly after saying the last part, which Jack used to resolve a doubt that had arisen. Jack. But, if there aren't any orphanages here, why didn't he go to one off the island and bring the child with him? The dark-haired man stared questioningly at the woman, who looked at him with a small, pitying smile and replied. Ma'am. Well, you see. The lady narrates again. Look, there are 2 different papers for being in Island, one is for work and the other is for visiting. The Shield family moved to this place a while ago, I'd say about 10 years ago. There were 2 of them. The older one, a man with light brown hair and blue eyes, and his daughter, a blonde with pearly blue eyes. At that time, my husband and I dreamed of having a child, but due to some health problems I had, I was never able to have one. We tried to adopt, but as you can see, this island may have everything you could want, but what it doesn't have is an orphanage. Stop narrating, lady. The lady paused briefly after saying the last part, which Jack used to resolve a doubt that had arisen. Jack. But, if there aren't any orphanages here, why didn't he go to one off the island and bring the child with him? The dark-haired man stared questioningly at the woman, who looked at him with a small, pitying smile and replied. Ma'am. Well, you see. The lady narrates again. Look, there are 2 different papers for being in Island, one is for work and the other is for visiting. Normal narrator. Jack was less confused, for 2 specific reasons. One was, that the lady in front of him had explained the first pass, so to speak, on how to be on Island, and he was missing the second pass. And the other question I had was, what did all this have to do with Melissa? The lady narrates again. Note. It looks like I'm going to hire the lady to be the new narrator. And the other paperwork, the visitor permits, are a bit more complex to handle since they impose many restrictions. For example, if you request a 2-week visitor pass, you can't spend more than 2 weeks on the island. They also require you to submit a document at the end of your visit that specifically details what you've been doing. And of all the reasons why I didn't adopt, the most ridiculous restriction I find is that, simply by living here, you can't bring another family member to live with you, although there are certain exceptions. The narrator narrates. After this super important explanation, which wasn't forced at all to fill the chapter, Jack had one question answered by the old woman's explanation, but he still had one more question to resolve, although to tell the truth, he didn't really care about why she called him Melly Chan. Our protagonist, ready to go and knock on the door again, was interrupted when the lady started talking again. Lady. Oh boy, I already told you the reason why I didn't adopt, now it's time to tell you about Melly Chan. After finishing her prayer, the older woman took the dark-haired man with the headscarf by the arm and began to lead him towards her house, which was next to the blonde woman's. Jack didn't know why the lady was dragging him along, so he decided to ask, although he sounded a little shy. Jack. Ma'am, where are we going? The woman who was still dragging him along, with a smile on her face, answered him in the most natural way possible. Madam. Well, Come to my house, we'll have tea with some cookies I've made, and I'll tell you about Melly-chan. Jack was about to refuse, but something deep inside him told him to follow the lady, so as a reflex he started walking after her. Elsewhere, it was the same hooded figure who had been following Jack hours earlier, but this time he was walking towards a hotel, which looked quite luxurious and was a little away from the city center. Upon entering and approaching reception, she encountered a young woman with her hair tied in a ponytail, dressed as a businesswoman, who was looking at a computer, until she sensed the presence of the hooded figure. Receptionist. Good afternoon, what can I do for you? The hooded man said nothing. He didn't make a single sound, but what he did was take a card out of his pocket and show it to the receptionist. The card, which was white with gold numbers and letters, said, Aviation 3064, 40th floor. Upon seeing the card, the receptionist took out a small compartment from the reception desk that emitted a red light through a small nozzle on the device. Upon taking it out, I brought it close to the card, scanning it and emitting a small beep, while the light turned green, showing that the card was genuine and in its database. The receptionist, seeing the color and hearing the beep, spoke. Receptionist. Welcome back, please come in. Upon hearing the approval, the hooded man put his card back in the same pocket he had taken it out of and began walking towards the elevator located next to the reception desk. After going up in the elevator, the mysterious person walked down a hallway full of rooms, until they stopped at a specific one, where they knocked on the door in a specific way, making a kind of code. After finishing knocking on the door, he waited a few brief seconds for someone to open it. When the door opened, a blonde woman in a red dress was seen. This was the dragon heroine Rukyu, who, upon seeing the hooded figure, led him into the room. As the hooded figure entered, the dragon heroine closed the door. As the hooded figure entered, he removed his hood, revealing a woman with a dark complexion and 2 rabbit ears. This was Mirko, the rabbit heroine. To be honest, the room where Rukyu, Mirko, Tsukauchi, Aizawa, and Nezu were found was not at all simple. It had a panoramic window that offered a breathtaking view of the city, and some armchairs that seemed to be of very, very high quality. To tell the truth, the only normal thing in the room was a chalkboard, on which Aizawa, Nezu, and Tsukauchi had photos of Jack, as well as information about his quirk and his crew. All of this was connected by lines that all led to a specific point, which had a question mark on it. The 3 men stared at the blackboard, each with a chaotic mind trying to come up with a clear hypothesis as to why the pirate was on the island and what he was looking for. The first to notice Mirko's presence was the rodent Nezu. He looked at Mirko with a hopeful expression, since even he, who could be considered one of the most intelligent beings in history, didn't know what the pirate wanted. The others, noticing Mirko's presence, also had that small glimmer of hope in their eyes, even though their faces weren't the happiest. The hope of these 3 was diminished with a simple nod of the head, showing that there was no luck, and that he still didn't know what the pirate was looking for. Nezu, with a little hope that the pirate had done something to reveal his plans, spoke up, asking him to explain what Jack had done during the day. Nezu. Mirko, could you explain to us, in detail, what young Sparrow did? Mirko nodded as she sat down roughly in an armchair, ready to speak. The 4 people in the room waited to hear what the pirate had done that day, though each listened differently. Aizawa listened wearily and bored. Tsukauchi listened seriously, his face reflecting that seriousness. Nezu listened with interest, eager to unravel Jack's plan, and Rukyu listened confused, wondering why. Why weren't they going to capture him if they already knew where he was? But she decided not to ask anything until her friend had finished speaking. Mirko was about to begin narrating what the black-haired man had done. But she couldn't start speaking because a telephone in the room had started ringing. The 2 men and the rodent looked at each other. Nezu. Don't look at me, where would I keep a phone? Aizawa and Tsukauchi saw truth in Nezu's words. But doing the most logical thing, they followed the sound, which led them to a telephone that was on a table. Tsukauchi, realizing it was from him, quickly took it and answered the call. Tsukauchi. Allo. See. Everyone was confused, because who would be calling him at that exact moment? Tsukauchi, who still had the phone pressed to his ear, headed towards a door that led to a room, one of many that there were. 5 minutes later, In the 5 minutes that had passed, Mirko recounted everything Jack had done that day, without omitting a single detail. Aizawa couldn't resist the temptation to fall asleep, since next to him was one of the most intelligent beings in the world, and if he didn't understand why he wanted him at Ua, how was he going to know what he was planning? That's why he left Nezu with the task. On the other hand, Nezu knew that something was missing from this mystery. Appearing after so long just to buy rum. That wasn't possible, the view of the 2 islands on the horizon. Were his companions there? If so, why weren't they attacking Island? These and many more were the thoughts that the director of UA had. But these thoughts were interrupted by Rukyu, who asked something that caused him doubt. Rukyu. Nezu, I have a question. If you know where this Jack guy is, why don't you just go and capture him? Mirko certainly had the same thought. If they had his location, why didn't they go and capture him? Before Nezu could answer, he was interrupted by a door opening to reveal Tsukauchi, who then decided to answer the question. Tsukauchi. It's simple, Haro and Rukyu. It's true we have the capture plan ready and could go by it right now, but what intrigues us is why he's on Island or what he's looking for. Since the fall of Tortuga 5 years ago, we haven't had any information about the Black Pearl's crew, and for its captain to appear, alone, after 5 years with a nearly sinking boat creates a sense of intrigue, making us wonder what he's looking for. Before continuing to speak, Tsukauchi paused briefly to allow them to process the information and to think about the words he was about to say. Tsukauchi. But unfortunately, we'll have to go capture him first and then investigate further. Those present were confused, except for Aizawa, who was asleep, and Nezu, who already had an idea of what was happening. True to his personality, Mirko jumped up from the couch, standing and asking a question in a tone that revealed a hint of anger in his voice. Mirko. And why would we do such a stupid thing, after everything you've explained? As he spoke, he approached the detective with a firm step. The detective, without backing down, responded calmly and seemingly neutrally. Tsukauchi. Well, according to my informants, the English are getting permission from the president of Island and his ministers to use heavy artillery to capture Jack Sparrow. When Rukyu heard heavy artillery, he spat out the coffee he was drinking and quickly asked. Rukyu. Why do the English search for it so much to use heavy artillery? Tsukauchi was about to answer the question, but Nezu spoke first. Nezu. Perhaps it's because of the crimes he's committed, or perhaps because he incites the population to seek freedom, or perhaps they simply want to finish exterminating all the remaining pirates to end his era once again. But now, Tsukauchi, according to your informant, when will they have the permits to act? Tsukauchi paused for a moment, moments that seemed eternal in the minds of the rabbit and the dragon. Tsukauchi. 1 or 2 weeks, it all depends on the ministers and the president. Nezu, changing his expression to a worried one, gave orders to begin the plans for the capture of the captain of the Black Pearl. Nezu. 3 days. In 3 days we'll begin the capture. Inform All Might, Kamui Woods, and Edgeshot. I want you ready to act. Location. Island exit from a house. Our protagonist could be seen leaving a lady's house late at night. Jack. Wow, that took a while. He said this remembering that he had entered that house in the afternoon, around 6 or 7 p.m., and that it seemed to be 2 or 2:30 in the morning now. During that time, Jack had experienced a lot of emotions because of the old woman's stories and because of memories lost in the labyrinth of the pirate's mind, which had come to light. One could say that he had forgotten a little about hunger and that the tea the old woman gave him had satisfied his thirst a little, but nothing could be further from the truth. Being so concentrated on the stories and the memories that came to mind, he had overlooked the symptoms. But they remained dormant. Jack, realizing this, saw that the house behind him had gone dark, a clear sign that the lady had gone to sleep. Jack started walking to the house next door, which was the Shield family's house. Luckily for him, he didn't have to take many steps. But as that luck came, it was gone, since he found himself at the door of the house, about to knock, but a logical thought came to his mind. Jack's thoughts. If Elizabeth didn't open the door this afternoon no matter how many times I knocked, what makes me think she'll open it if it's around 2 a.m.? Outside of Jack's thoughts. But he was the captain of the Black Pearl for a reason, not because he was the smartest or the strongest, but because he thought quickly and acted just as fast. I tried to open the windows on the lower level of the house, but none of them opened, they were all locked from the inside. As he looked around the house, he noticed a single window that was slightly open, but the problem with it was that it was upstairs. The dark-haired man approached the window, but it was impossible for him to reach it because of the height at which it was. Jack looked out the window, he thought, and jumped, trying to grab onto any wooden plank that stuck out. Surprisingly, he did manage to hold on to one plank. With his free hand he tried to grab onto another piece of wood. His face said it all, it was a mixture of hope, seriousness and joy. While trying to grab hold of another piece of wood, he puffed out his cheeks and made various facial expressions, until his hand found another protruding edge, and as he grabbed it, he smiled with fascination as he said, "Jack, I've got you." But the instant he said this, he slipped and fell with a hard thud to the ground. Our protagonist lay with his eyes closed and a pool of blood around his head, courtesy of the blow he had received, which, unfortunately for him, had opened a skull fracture. It seemed that this was the end of Captain Jack Sparrow, all that he had lived through, all the mortal dangers he had survived, and all of it culminated in this place, dying from a simple contusion. But one being had other plans, and from the darkness emerged Davy Jones, who looked with a disappointed expression at Jack's body, grabbed him by one leg, and dragged him, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, until he reached an area where the moonlight shone, where he threw Jack down, watching him turn into a skeleton. The skeleton opened its eyes, sitting up quickly and, as a reflex, looked around, searching for no one in particular. Jack looked at his hands, observing the tone of his bones. In a way, Jack was grateful from time to time for having the curse, as it had gotten him out of trouble more than once. But putting aside the current state of his body, the black-haired man returned to where he was when he fell, but after analyzing his surroundings more closely, a much better idea occurred to him. Our protagonist had taken out two poles that formed a wooden fence, joining these two together with a dreadlock he had pulled out. Drasta is the name given to that type of braid that cannot normally be removed, it only comes out when you cut your hair. This process of removing a dreadlock hurt quite a bit since he didn't have anything pointed to pull it out with. Once everything was assembled, Jack brought it closer to the window and with a few movements the window opened completely. Jack's face lit up when he saw the open window, but he decided to act quickly. He took a few steps back, and once at a safe distance, he inhaled and exhaled, calming himself and stopping what he was about to do. Once calm, Jack started running towards the wall, and 2 meters from hitting it, he put his hands out, palms open, looking down, and released a small wave that propelled him towards the open window. Jack was in the air, his face growing happier as he approached the window. He was about to go in when he realized that his body would fit through, but his head wouldn't. Before reaching it, Jack tried to tuck his jaw to his chest to see if that would be enough to avoid hitting his head. Unfortunately for the black-haired boy, this didn't work very well, because the moment he went through the window, his forehead hit the window frame with a thud, and he fell to the floor of the house like a sack of potatoes. After the blow and the fall, Jack stopped screaming in pain. Trying to forget the pain for a while, she saw that she was in a sky-blue room with a double bed and 2 nightstands, one on each side. But what caught her attention the most was a small red light coming from the closet. As Jack approached and opened the closet, he saw a safe with different types of electronic locks, a thumb-eye scanner, a voice test, and finally, he had to enter a 6-digit password on a kind of screen. Jack gave a knowing smile and, while cracking his knuckles, said, "Jack, a real challenge for this magnificent captain." And as he moved his finger closer to the safe and generated a small ripple, he said, "Jack, and that's how it is." With that, the safe opened, revealing a wad of cash, a piece of paper with several passwords, some blueprints, and finally a small picture of a brown-haired boy with glasses and 2 blonde girls. One was Melissa when she was younger and the other was her mother. Beneath the picture was a small note. After the blow and the fall, Jack stopped screaming in pain. Trying to forget the pain for a while, she saw that she was in a sky-blue room with a double bed and 2 nightstands, one on each side. But what caught her attention the most was a small red light coming from the closet. As Jack approached and opened the closet, he saw a safe with different types of electronic locks, a thumb-eye scanner, a voice test, and finally, he had to enter a 6-digit password on a kind of screen. Jack gave a knowing smile and, while cracking his knuckles, said, "Jack. A real challenge for this magnificent captain." And as he moved his finger closer to the safe and generated a small ripple, he said, "Jack. And that's how it is." With that, the safe opened, revealing a wad of cash, a piece of paper with several passwords, some blueprints, and finally a small picture of a brown-haired boy with glasses and two blonde girls. One was Melissa when she was younger and the other was her mother. Beneath the picture was a small note. Jack could be seen lying in the middle of many shots, in one of those typical homicide poses, but then Jack quickly gets up while shouting, "Jack! My rum, Gibbs!" Jack, noticing his surroundings, remembered the previous night and how he had spent most of it searching for a measly blueprint. But he had finally found it, and if we're honest, the blueprint wasn't that hard to lose or find, since if you opened it, the initials of UA were on the back. But that was a detail Jack had overlooked, even though it had taken him all night. The dark-haired man decided to stand up with the map in his hand and began to think. Jack's thoughts. What's next? Jack was about to spend a long time thinking until he heard a scream and then something or someone fall. His reaction was quick, and without knowing why, he went to see if the person was okay, although he already had an idea of who it was. Jack was outside the door from where the scream had been heard and he opened it, and at the moment of opening it he found Melissa, who was wearing Jack's hat and who was lying on the floor. The two teenagers exchanged glances in complete silence. Melissa's mouth was trembling and her face was red. She couldn't utter a word because of her nerves. It seemed they would remain silent for a while, but that wasn't the case, as Jack spoke in a mocking tone. "Jack. Excuse me, Captain, I'll leave you to attend to your duties." Having said this, Jack took a step back and closed the door. Melissa, upon hearing them call her Captain, became even more embarrassed and turned redder as she exclaimed, "It's not what it looks like." Some time later, during the time that Melissa spent there, she gave him the radio and explained how it worked. Jack, for his part, listened to the explanation of how the radio worked, and then asked another question. "Jack. I see, Elizabeth. Now it's my turn to do my part. So tell me, what is this black mannequin-like thing?" He said this while pointing to the wall where there was a sketch of an exoskeleton. Melissa ignored him calling her Elizabeth, but what she didn't ignore was that Jack had remembered his part of the deal, so with a voice and face that showed a lot of enthusiasm, happiness. "Melissa. Well, look, this is an exoskeleton, or rather a sketch. The idea behind this support material is that although the user's abilities are enhanced, increasing their strength, speed, and providing more stability and balance." While Melissa was explaining her project, she and Jack had switched places. Now she was standing and he was sitting on the floor. He listened, trying to figure out who the project was for, but decided to ask subtly. Before asking, he raised his hand and said, "Jack. Hey Captain, I have a question." Melissa, blushing again as she realized he was still wearing the Jack hat, pointed a finger at him as she said, "Melissa. What is your question, sailor?" Jack took a brief moment to analyze the words that had been addressed to him. Jack. PFFFF, hajajajajaja. Melissa was about to rival a tomato in how red she was, but that didn't stop her from asking. "Melissa. Why is TT so fun?" The two teenagers exchanged glances in complete silence. Melissa's mouth was trembling and her face was red. She couldn't utter a word because of her nerves. It seemed they would remain silent for a while, but that wasn't the case, as Jack spoke in a mocking tone. "Jack. Excuse me, Captain, I'll leave you to attend to your duties." Having said this, Jack took a step back and closed the door. Melissa, upon hearing them call her Captain, became even more embarrassed and turned redder as she exclaimed, "It's not what it looks like." Some time later, during the time that Melissa spent there, she gave him the radio and explained how it worked. Jack, for his part, listened to the explanation of how the radio worked, and then asked another question. Jack. I see, Elizabeth. Now it's my turn to do my part. So tell me, what is this black mannequin-like thing? He said this while pointing to the wall where there was a sketch of an exoskeleton. Melissa ignored him calling her Elizabeth, but what she didn't ignore was that Jack had remembered his part of the deal, so with a voice and face that showed a lot of enthusiasm, happiness. Melissa. Well, look, this is an exoskeleton, or rather a sketch. The idea behind this support material is that although the user's abilities are enhanced, increasing their strength, speed, and providing more stability and balance. While Melissa was explaining her project, she and Jack had switched places. Now she was standing and he was sitting on the floor. He listened, trying to figure out who the project was for, but decided to ask subtly. Before asking, he raised his hand and said, "Jack. Hey Captain, I have a question." Melissa, blushing again as she realized he was still wearing the Jack hat, pointed a finger at him as she said, "Melissa. What is your question, sailor?" Jack took a brief moment to analyze the words that had been addressed to him. Jack. PFFFF, hajajajajaja. Melissa was about to rival a tomato in how red she was, but that didn't stop her from asking. Melissa. Why is TT so fun? Melissa. I always wanted to be a hero. Jack was confused by Melissa's outburst, since, what kid didn't want to be a hero? But he decided it was better to remain silent, since he knew better than anyone when to be quiet and when not to be. Melissa continued speaking, but each time her voice grew sadder. Melissa. I was always told I couldn't be a hero because I didn't have a quirk. I was always treated as less than everyone else. What did it matter if I was the daughter of one of the greatest scientists in the world? Everyone laughed at me every time I mentioned my dream. My father also said I couldn't achieve it, that I should focus more on supporting characters. I cried that night. I cried like never before, but I followed my father's advice. I studied, and studied, but even then, no one believed in me. Melissa, can you tell your father to fix this for me? Melissa, your father knows this. No thanks Melissa, but if your father did it, I would gladly accept. That's what my father always told me, always him, never me. When would the day come when they'd ask me for help? But you were the first person who asked me for help and not my father, that's why thank you, Izuku. Thank you for at least trusting me too. The blonde couldn't continue speaking because Izuku took her chin, lifting her gaze so that she looked at him intently. When Melissa saw Jack's eyes, she saw eyes that only showed absolute confidence. Izuku. Look, Melissa, I don't know who told you that without a quirk, you couldn't be a hero, but I know that guy's an idiot. I knew someone who was like a father to me, who taught me that neither strength nor having a power makes us heroes, but rather the desire to help and contribute to the well-being of others. If you see someone in danger and you help them, that makes you a hero to me. Jack said these words as he remembered his captain's back receding into the distance. But Jack, putting those thoughts aside, spoke again, but now in a more serene tone. Izuku, Jack. Now change that face, a captain doesn't cry in front of his crew. Tears of joy welled up in Melissa's eyes when she heard that someone had finally told her she could fulfill her dreams, so, beaming from ear to ear, she replied to Jack. Melissa. Of course, time skips one day before capture. I don't know how to spell it and it's too much trouble to look it up. Narrator. In these past 2 days, Melissa and Izuku, Jack worked on the exoskeleton project, occasionally pausing to eat, chat, tell stories, in short, to strengthen their friendship. But that wasn't all, because after working on the exoskeleton, Jack would go to the lady to continue listening to stories about events she had experienced. This routine was repeated for the 2 days they worked on the project, but on the night of the second day something happened that Jack hadn't seen coming. Place home of the shield. A black-haired man could be seen going up the stairs of Melissa's house, surprisingly earlier than usual, since he and the lady usually talked until late at night, but on this day that was not the case, because the news was saying that the symbol of peace of Japan was going to land on the island tomorrow and this caught Jack by surprise. The latter knew something was amiss, as he hadn't made much of an effort to conceal his identity from the guards patrolling the streets, who ignored him. This aroused suspicion, but he let it go. However, now that All Might was arriving on the island unexpectedly, with only a day's notice, he knew something was going to happen. Therefore, he decided to return to Melissa's house early, to have an escape plan in place, just in case. The dark-haired man was about to enter Melissa's room, but he stopped when he heard her talking to someone. By pressing his ear to the door, he was able to hear the conversation she was having with the stranger more clearly. "Melissa, it's so fantastic that you're coming to visit, Uncle Might." She said this in a tone full of happiness. "All Might. Yes, Melly-chan, we'll catch up when it arrives, but I don't think anything will happen if we start now. Melissa, and if Uncle Might has a hand, you have to tell me all the heroic things you've done and if you've already found someone special." He said the last part with a mischievous tone. "All Might. Oh Melly-chan, you're just like your father, but to answer your question, nope, I haven't found anyone special yet, hee. An enthusiastic laughter. "But it seems you did find someone, huh?" The blonde blushed at what her uncle had said and immediately denied the older blonde's question. "Melissa. No dude, I mean, I did find a friend, but we're just that, friends." All Might was a little confused by Melissa's answer, so he made the immediate decision to ask her more about that person. "All Might. I understand, Melly, but speaking of this friend, what's his name?" Melissa was about to answer the question when she heard it, but she was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. When she turned around, she saw her black-haired friend, Jack. "Hey, Elizabeth, let me introduce myself." Melissa was a little scared as Jack Izuku's sudden appearance took her by surprise, but her face turned slightly flushed when she thought that Izuku had heard her. Jack, addressing the camera, introduced himself. "Jack. Allow me to introduce myself. Jack, I mean, Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you, sirrr." Upon finishing her sentence and looking more closely at who she was speaking to, her eyes widened at the sight, but quickly regaining her composure, she spoke again. "Jack. Oh All Might, look, Elizabeth is All Might. Hello All Might, nice to meet you." He couldn't finish speaking because, looking again, he saw, call ended, appear on the screen. Jack. "Oh, I wanted to meet All Might." That's what he said on the outside, but inside he was cursing, seeing his room in the hands of a superhero and knowing they were definitely going to come for him. Jack. Well, you want to see that thing they show stories about. Addressing Melissa, Melissa's blush had already faded, and knowing what the dark-haired man meant, she replied. "Melissa. Izuku movie, and yes, I do want to see one. With the heroes." In the apartment where the heroes were, a large figure with blonde hair and two gravity-defying strands of hair could be seen being held back by some branches while the other heroes tried to calm him down. "Mirko. Calm down, Blondie. Rukiu. Calm down Sir All Might." All Might angrily replied. "All Might. How do you expect me to calm down when my niece is with that pirate?" His words radiated the fury he felt at that moment. Nezu and Tsukauchi appeared through a door after hearing all the commotion and could only see the blonde being held back by some branches and the two heroines trying to calm him down. Not wanting to interrupt, they asked the hero who had created the branches. Tsukauchi. "Mr. Kamui Woods, what's going on?" Kamui Woods, who was holding a cup of coffee, answered simply. "Kamui Woods. All Might wants to go to his niece's house because Jack Sparrow is with her." After saying that sentence, he took a sip of his coffee. Tsukauchi, upon hearing the brief explanation, I exhaled, while letting out a, "So that's all it is." Upon hearing what his friend had said, All Might became even angrier and asked him. "All Might. What do you mean, is that all? What do you mean by that, Tsukauchi?" Tsukauchi didn't respond. All he did was stare at his friend with a serious face, which made All Might open his eyes. "All Might. Did you know that, Rogers?" Tsukauchi. "Yo no saw." All Might. "Don't lie to me, Rogers, you know that." Tsukauchi. "Lo sabia." "Okay. That's not what happened." All Might. "Tsukauchi, why didn't you tell me?" Tsukauchi, taking a breath, responded to the symbol of peace. Tsukauchi. "I didn't tell you anything because I knew you'd go without thinking, causing Sparrow to escape and reveal your secret." All Might. "But I am the symbol of peace, and see." Tsukauchi interrupted the blonde boy and spoke. Tsukauchi. "And he's a pirate who's been on the run from the law his whole life, and we have to keep in mind that he has a quirk that disables other quirks in electrical devices." All Might had stopped struggling when he realized that Tsukauchi was right, that the world could see his weakened form and that this would cause a worldwide uproar. All Might. "You're right, Tsukauchi. I'll wait until tomorrow and continue with the plan. Saying that, he turned around and left the room, leaving the heroes, Detective, and Nezu behind. In the house of the Shield family, a blonde woman was watching a movie alone, as her friend had gone to get some fresh air, but suddenly she noticed a message on her cell phone which, upon reading it, said, "Message, Uncle Might. Melly, do you want to meet tomorrow as soon as I arrive on the island?" Melissa, with a smile, quickly wrote. Melissa's message. "Sure dude, see you tomorrow first thing smiley face." As he pressed the send button, he felt the door open, and turning around, he saw it was Izuku, whom he asked. "Melissa, Izuku, do you want to come with me to see my uncle tomorrow?" Jack, who had just finished taking a breath, in quotes, gave a lopsided smile and replied. "Jack, Izuku. I'd love to." A blonde woman and a black-haired man could be seen leaving a rather cozy house. Once the blonde Melissa locked the house, she started walking, followed by the black-haired man. The latter was wearing his three-cornered hat, pirate hat, and his clothes were the same as when he arrived on the island, but Melissa was dressed in jeans and a red shirt with white checkered lines. The dark-haired man was a little confused since he didn't know where they were going to meet the blonde's uncle, but what he did know, and what he was more than certain of, was that this would be the last day he would be on the island, and this certainly caused him a little sadness since in the short time he had been sharing with Melissa, she had already won the pirate's trust. Jack, wanting to enjoy this little time he had left before he had to leave, spoke. "Jack, Izuku. So tell me, Melissa, is it true that All Might uses steroids? And if your answer is yes, do you know which ones he uses? A friend of mine is asking." She said this with a smile on her face and in a playful tone. Melissa was confused that he called her Melissa, and not Elizabeth, but she figured it was nothing, so she decided to answer Jack's question. "Melissa. But of course not, Uncle Might doesn't need steroids, or so I think." Jack, upon hearing Sancho's answer, smiled as he spoke again. "Jack. You think so? Then you're not 100% sure." That said, the two had a conversation about All Might and his reasons for believing he was using steroids. Elsewhere, in an alley that was almost empty except for two figures, these two people were Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi and his companion, a very thin man on the verge of malnutrition, who was dressed in a white t-shirt with short sleeves that was many sizes too big for him. Her t-shirt was complemented by her dark blue denim pants, which shared the same characteristic as the t-shirt. They were too big for her. The two men were talking about a serious matter. "Tsukauchi, are you still angry?" Upon hearing these words, the blonde man sighed wearily before replying. "Toshinori. No, Tsukauchi, I'm not angry, and to be honest, you had a good reason for not telling me. It would have ruined the plan, hee." These last words brought a small smile to Tsukauchi's face, but their conversation was interrupted by voices coming from communicators that each of them was carrying. "Aizawa. Ready in potion. Mirko. We're also in a potion with Rukyu here. Adshot. In potion next to Kamui." All the heroes were serious and prepared to capture the pirate, but out of nowhere Nezu's voice was heard. "Nezu. All right, let's go over the plan one last time." The Chimera, not hearing a response, saw this as confirmation to explain the plan one last time. "Nezu. Well, with All Might arriving through the north gate of Island, young Sparrow would take the easy way out by leaving the island through the south gate, where Aizawa is located. He wouldn't stand a chance against Aizawa because of his quirk, and in a fight without quirks, Aizawa would easily dominate him due to his years of service. Copy Aizawa. Aizawa, in a monotone voice, replied with a simple, "Yes, copied." Upon hearing the response, the UA director continued with the reminder. "Nezu. All right, Mirko and Rukyu are by the east door. While it's true Sparrow is waiting for something to happen, he'd never expect a surprise attack from above. With one kick, Mirko can knock him unconscious, so try not to let him see you." Mirko, in a tone that demonstrated a seriousness quite worthy of a hero, replied to the rodent. "Mirko. Don't tell me what to do. Nezu. Now, through the west gate, you'll find Kamui Woods and Edgeshot. Kamui, with your branches, you'll try to neutralize his hands to make it difficult for him to use his quirk. While he's thinking about how to free his hands, Edgeshot, you'll use your quirk, moving at full speed to neutralize him. Kamui Woods. Copied Director. Upon hearing the final confirmation, Nezu gave a small smile, as he was now closer to capturing a promising future hero. Nezu. Good, and remember, if you lose track of them, I'll guide you through the city's security cameras. Back to the detective and bag of bones. The two men listened attentively to Nezu's explanation, and just as Nezu finished speaking, Toshinori received a text message from Melissa. Message. Melissa. I'm already at the fountain, Uncle Might. End of message. Upon seeing the message, Toshinori transformed into his peace symbol form, saying, "It's time." With that, he started toward the alley's exit, but before he could leave, Tsukauchi called after him, saying, "Say hi to your family for me, friend." Upon hearing this, All Might smiled and nodded. All Might, recovering from his brief trance, shook hands with Jack Izuku and introduced himself as the symbol of peace and Melissa's uncle. He didn't mention that he wasn't her blood uncle because he didn't find that little detail interesting. Jack might have been lazy, alcoholic, narcissistic, and overprotective of those he considered family, but he wasn't an idiot, since All Might's delay in answering had already raised a question in Jack's mind. Jack's thoughts. Something's going on here. Someone who wouldn't try to do anything would be happier that their niece finally had a friend. Besides, the way he looked at me felt strange. Any kind of person, hero or not, would look me up and down, analyzing my outfit, but he just stared at me. There was a palpable tension in the air that could slice through anything, and Melissa noticed it, so she decided to do something before that tension escalated. Melissa. Oh okay Uncle Might, Izuku, we should go, since the reporters will eventually stop crowding up there. As he said this, he pointed with his index finger to a large door that welcomed visitors to the island, but it was full of reporters who were waiting for the arrival of the symbol of peace. But the moment the older blonde man turned his head in the direction of the reporters, Jack saw a communicator in the blonde man's ear, and with that, all his doubts vanished. Jack's thoughts. Just as I feared, All Might is up to something. All Might, turning his gaze back to Melissa, exclaimed, Jack. All Might. Melissa is right, Midoriya Shonen, we should go somewhere else. Jack could only manage a small nod, before starting to walk off to who knows where, followed by the blondes. Elsewhere, Detective Tsukauchi could be seen entering the back of a minivan. Inside, it was filled with screens showing different points of the city, and in the center of the van was a chair with the chimera, Nezu, sitting on it. But Tsukauchi noticed that Nezu didn't have his usual amused look, this time his face showed signs of surprise. Not wanting to remain in doubt, the detective asked the rodent. Tsukauchi. K-Occur Director Nezu. Nezu, without turning to look at the black-haired man, replied, I'm surprised that young Sparrow didn't follow logic. These words left the detective confused, causing him to ask again. Tsukauchi. But Director, what do you mean? The heroes are in position, All Might is with Melissa, according to my informants the British Navy will arrive next week and we have control of all the cameras on the island. Nezu. There's nothing wrong with that, it's just that I thought young Sparrow, seeing All Might arrive, would try to escape to the other side of the island from where All Might came. Nezu remained silent for a moment, which made Tsukauchi tense up slightly. Tsukauchi. And, what's the problem? Now Nezu had turned around, looking directly into Tsukauchi's eyes and saying. Nezu. The problem is that Jack Sparrow is with All Might and the young Melissa. After hearing that, Tsukauchi opened his eyes, and his face showed an impressive expression that was not typical of him. Tsukauchi. Pero, porque? Nezu turned around again, but this time towards the screens, and replied. Nezu. I have no idea, but this got interesting. As he said this, a smile formed on his face, since Nezu had accepted the indirect challenge that Jack had made. Nezu. Communicate with the others and tell them there's a change of plans. Tsukauchi responded with a, right away, almost instantly upon hearing Nezu's words. Black Pearl. Gibbs and Marty were checking that everything on the ship was functional and loaded, as the small assault they would carry out to get Jack out was approaching. Marty. Gibbs, it's 2 hours until noon. Gibbs. I see, gather all the crew members on the fleet, now. Marty simply nodded and then left the captain's room. The crew had already gathered at the fleet, It was a group of no more than 15 people, and each of those people was wondering the same thing: where was the captain? That was the question on everyone's mind, since several days had passed since he left. Before anyone could say anything, Gibbs, followed by Marty, left the captain's room. Gibbs stood in front of everyone and began to speak. Gibbs: "Comrades, last night I received a radio transmission. It was generated by a device in the possession of our captain." Everyone was happy to hear that their captain had made contact, but their joy didn't last long as they continued to hear Gibbs. Gibbs: "He said that we would need to get closer to the island from the southeast side." Gibbs couldn't continue speaking because a pirate with a wooden eye spoke up. "Pirate. But Sub-Captain Gibbs, on the southeast side of the island, there's just a giant wall that looks like a cliff." Gibbs resumed speaking. Gibbs: "That's the idea. It's true there's a cliff there, and it's also true they could see us if we got too close, but that place is interesting because about 500 meters from the wall there's a small island, big enough to hide the pearl while we wait for midday. We'll hide there until we see a signal from our captain. He has complete faith in us. Don't let him down. Who's with me?" All pirates. All. They said this while raising their fists in the air. Back with Jack. The black-haired boy was walking beside the blonde girl, while All Might, dressed in a kind of robe they had stopped to buy moments before, followed them. The tunic covered the face and body of the peace symbol, but people still stared at it because of its imposing figure. Melissa: "Izuku, why did you buy a robe just like Uncle Might's if nobody knows you?" Jack: "Izuku, you know, sometimes you're very offensive." She said this while a tear was running down her cheek. All Might could only listen to this conversation as he was still a little shocked to learn that his heir had a brother, and not just any brother, but a fugitive from justice. He couldn't continue with his thoughts as he heard Nezu's voice through the communicator he was using. "Communicator. New plan. Rukiu is in the buildings above you." It should be noted that they were in the center of the island, where there were many buildings XD, and Mirko is following their movements on the ground. All Might knew Nezu was watching him through the security cameras in the area, so he simply nodded. But unfortunately for him, he hadn't noticed Jack watching him out of the corner of his eye while he was talking to Melissa. But with Jack's luck, he tripped because he wasn't watching where he was walking, collapsing face first onto the floor. Melissa stopped talking and walking to check on her friend. She was so worried that she didn't notice a rolled-up blue paper with white lines that the dark-haired boy dropped. But the older blonde boy didn't miss this detail and, acting quickly, picked up the paper and unfolded it. As he examined the paper, he noticed it was a map, but based on the specifications and its appearance, he wasn't sure of the location. He was pulled from his observation by a small cry from his niece. Melissa: "Oh my God, Izuku, you're bleeding." The symbol of peace, looking in the direction where Jack had fallen, saw that he was sitting with his hands on the floor, but what stood out most was that he was bleeding from his lower abdomen. All Might approached the boy with concern, knowing he might be many things, but ultimately he was a human who needed help. As he got closer, he asked how the wound in his abdomen had occurred. All Might: "But kid, how did you do that if you just fell?" Jack was calm, so he answered normally. Jack: "Well, I think I fell on my rum bottle." The dark-haired man, realizing the loss of his precious rum, began to shout. Jack: "No, that was the last one." A bead of sweat trickled down the back of All Might's neck as he listened to the black-haired man, but when he looked at his niece again, he saw that she had a worried expression on her face for her friend. She took out her phone to call an ambulance, even though the black-haired man insisted it wasn't that serious. Jack: "But Melissa, it's not that big of a deal, I'm fine, and besides, you're making everyone stare at us." What he said was true, as a crowd of people had gathered around them to see what had happened. But Melissa ignored it and kept calling. When someone answered the phone, Melissa spoke to the person on the other end of the line. Jack saw how worried and afraid she was about what might happen to her, and this awakened something inside Jack, although he didn't know what it was. Mirko was following Nezu's new plan. She and Rukiu would follow Sparrow by air and on the ground respectively, while Kamui Woods and Edgeshot split up so that one of them could cover the entrance left open by the heroines. Mirko was walking a few steps behind Jack, Melissa, and All Might's group, making sure to keep her distance. She took advantage of the cape that covered her face in her superhero costume. She stopped when she saw All Might's imposing figure pause to pick something up, then heard a scream and saw a crowd of people surrounding the group. Since she couldn't see anything because of the crowd, she decided to make her way through it. She did what she could to get through the people until she reached the front of the group, only to be slightly surprised to see that the black-haired man was bleeding. This meager second of shock was enough for someone to bump into her, causing the hood of her cloak to fall off, revealing white ears and hair. The black-haired man, seeing those ears, recognized them from that time at the island's port, giving a small smile as he opened his mouth to let out a shout. "Jack! It's Heroine Mirko." He said this while pointing at her with his index finger. Upon seeing and recognizing the heroine from Japan's top heroes, people began to gather around her, causing All Might to move closer to Jack and Melissa due to the jostling. When he stood in front of Jack, he saw the black-haired man's hand reach out and hover, gesturing for him to help him up. The older blonde man, heeding Jack's gesture, helped him to his feet. What he didn't expect was that once Jack was standing, he was still holding All Might's hand. He was a little confused until he felt the black-haired man pull him down, bringing him almost to All Might's height. The blonde man was confused until he saw Jack, in a swift movement, remove his hood with his free hand, revealing his face in all its splendor along with his long strands of blonde hair. Unlike the heroine, the people immediately recognized the #1 hero and the symbol of peace. All Might tried to adjust his hood, but it was too late. The people had already recognized him and were slow to surround him, causing him to lose sight of Jack for a few seconds, which the pirate used to move away, passing between the people. The pirate, making a wise decision, ran towards an alley, where, after making sure that no one was around, he sat down on the cold asphalt, lifting his robe and shirt, revealing the lower part of his torso, which had the mark of a bottle. "Jack. Shit, even though I can't die, this shit still hurts." Jack quickly covered the wound while looking in the same direction he had come from because he could hear footsteps. Jack stood up, ready to use his gift. He waited to see the person's face. Perhaps it was just a normal person passing by, or perhaps not. With that thought, I waited and saw her. It was Melissa, who was still holding her phone. While she was looking worried, she spoke. "Melissa. Izuku, why did you suddenly run away?" Izuku didn't know what to answer his friend, but knowing that he would find out very soon, he decided to tell her one more time. "Jack. Melissa. Izuku was my old name, or so I remember, but now everyone knows me as Jack Sparrow, captain of the Black Pearl." Melissa's face lightened slightly at her friend's response. "Melissa. Come on, Izuku, this isn't the time to pull that joke again." Melissa, seeing her friend's serious expression, something he rarely wore, began to panic a little and, speaking louder, asked. "Melissa. It's a joke, right Izuku?" Seeing that the pirate didn't respond and turned to look elsewhere, he understood. This person with whom he had shared so much time, with whom he had grown fond, was a dirty and vile pirate. This revelation caused Melissa to take a step back, her face showing the terror she felt. Jack, noticing the step Melissa took, tried to approach her while trying to speak. "Jack. But Melissa, what I always told you was always true, Melissa. Don't come near me, pirate." These words from the blonde made the pirate stop in his tracks and look at Melissa's face. And what he saw shattered him. Melissa looked at him with a mixture of fear and hatred, that look that has always been given to him and his people, that look that the world always gives to people like him, who were abandoned by society, who were despised by everyone, whose dreams were stolen from them, who only sought the freedom that was taken from them. Without saying another word, Jack turned around and started running, a single tear falling down his cheek. As the pirate left the alley, he looked both ways down the street, trying to remember where the lookout point he had seen that time was. Con Nezu. The mouse was monitoring Jack's movements until he saw All Might and Mirko surrounded by people. Nezu could only click his tongue and speak through the communicator. "Nezu. All Might and Mirko are immobilized by the people who noticed them. Rukyu. Nezu, I'm going down to try and catch Sparrow." Nezu. "No, he can easily deactivate your quirk." "Wait, he's moving." He said this while changing the camera angle. "What? Aizawa. What's going on, Nezu?" Nezu. He's not heading towards any entrance. Edgeshot. So where is he going? Nezu, reviewing a map on the desk, opened his eyes, while speaking quickly through the communicator. Nezu. He's heading southeast. Kamui Woods. And what's there in that direction? Nezu. A viewpoint overlooking the open sea. Aizawa. So what do we do, Nezu? He said this with a tone of concern about the way this capture is taking place. Nezu took a minute before saying a sentence. Nezu. Everyone go and capture him. Jack. He was running through the main streets, trying to reach his goal, but suddenly he saw a blue blur moving at a speed he could barely perceive, but before he could analyze what it was, he felt a pain in his upper abdomen above the navel. Aside from that pain, the force of the impact made him take a few steps back. Looking up to see what had hit him, he was met with another punch to the chin, sending Jack flying several feet back in the air before he crashed to the ground. Jack, slightly shaken by the blows, closed his eyes to soothe the pain of his open wound. On the side of the attacker was a barely perceptible line of navy blue color. This line began to take human form, revealing the pro-hero Edgeshot, who was slowly approaching Jack while speaking into his communicator. Edgeshot. Target neutralized, now I'm proceeding to put on the anti-quirk handcuffs. Without waiting for Nezu's reply, he took the hand of the black-haired man who appeared to be unconscious. He was about to put the handcuffs on him when he saw Jack suddenly open his eyes, making him jump. But he couldn't make any move because the black-haired man headbutted him in the nose, making the hero stumble back while holding his nose. He tried to recover from the headbutt but failed, as Jack, propelling himself with a wave, approached at a speed rivaling a Roberto Carlos shot, towards the hero, landing a knee to the chin, causing the hero to fall unconscious. Jack. Damn, I was lucky he trusted me, but I don't trust him. He said this while looking at the anti-quirk handcuffs that the hero had dropped. Nezu. Edgeshot, are you there? Edgeshot. As the camera zoomed out, Edgeshot could be seen wearing anti-quirk handcuffs, and a black-haired boy was running in the background. Jack. Shit, I have to get there fast before. Boom. I don't have a budget for sound effects. Seeing the cloud of dust that rose up before him about 4 or 5 meters away, he stopped and ceased speaking, preparing for another confrontation. But what he didn't expect was that when the dust cloud dissipated, he saw an imposing dragon, flesh-colored, with sharp claws and wings as imposing as the creature itself. But the detail that most caught his attention was the tuft of yellow hair. Jack was impressed, but he was even more shocked when the dragon spoke. Rukiu. Jack Sparrow, stay here, I want you to. You're under arrest for the crime of piracy. Jack spoke in a tone of astonishment. Jack. Good heavens, that noodle hit really affected me, but anyway, excuse me, lizard, I'm a bit too busy to play with my imagination. He said this while running towards an alley that was too small for the dragon. The latter was certainly angry because they had called her a lizard, but her anger subsided when she saw the pirate leaving through an alley that was too small for her. Thinking quickly, he started flying to reach the other side of the alley. Seeing that he had arrived faster than Jack, he smiled and prepared to lash out with his tail as soon as he left the alley. Of course, he wouldn't hit him hard enough to kill him, just enough to knock him unconscious. As soon as he saw something coming out of the alley, he lashed out with his tail without noticing what he was hitting. But he quickly realized that he had hit a garbage bag, causing all the trash inside to spill out. Before he could position himself to lash out with his tail again, he saw the pirate running out of the alley while a shockwave emanated from his body. The dragon, upon being struck by the wave, felt a strange sensation, but she couldn't analyze it further as she began to transform back into her human form. Feeling the change against her will, she fell to the ground, sitting with a brief dizziness. Jack, seeing that his plan had been a complete success, smiled as he continued running. When he passed by the heroine, who was dizzy, he said a few words to her. Jack. Not this time, miss, but next time I'll buy you a drink of rum. Having said that, he continued running. Rukiu was shocked by the pirate's words and could only turn her head and see the black-haired man's back walking away. The dark-haired boy didn't show it, but the wound in his abdomen hurt more than hell, and the fact that he was hungry and thirsty didn't help much either, but after running for all that time he saw it. he saw the blue sea that enveloped the entire horizon and in the distance 2 islands where his companions were supposed to be. He was preparing a wave of red blood, courtesy of the blood on his hand, but when he tried to throw it upwards, nothing happened. The pirate stopped to look at his hand and the reason why nothing had come out, but he couldn't complete his action because he heard a wooden sound approaching his position. He looked everywhere but the only thing he saw were 2 men. One had black hair that was floating and his eyes glowed red, and the other wore a wooden suit with blue tones. The 2 aroused Jack's curiosity, but upon closer inspection of the one in the wooden suit, he saw that he stood with both hands on the ground, motionless. Acting quickly, Jack jumped back and moments later saw branches sprouting from where he had stood before his leap. He was already tired of heroes, and these 2 were the last ones standing in his way. Jack, gentlemen, look, I don't want to fight, I just want to go home. How about we put all these misunderstandings behind us? And you let me go, okay? What do you say? The 2 heroes didn't respond to Jack, they just stared at him in silence, and faced with their refusal, Jack spoke again. Jack. Well, if you insist. Having said that, he started running towards the heroes. Kamui Woods. Eraserhead, you deactivate his quirk and I'll try to trap him in wood in the meantime. Aizawa. You don't need to tell me, but hurry up, my eyes are getting dry. He said this with annoyance. As Jack ran, he saw more branches sprouting from the ground, but true to his name, he skillfully dodged them all. It was getting closer and closer, and that caused the use of branches to increase. Branches came from all sides, but Jack dodged them all like a bird. It didn't cause him much difficulty. But what surprised him was seeing the wall of branches that Kamui Woods had created so that Aizawa could blink. Jack felt his quirk returning, so deciding to end this quickly, he created a wave that began to spread everywhere. The heroes on the other side of the wall saw the shockwave and how quickly it was coming, causing only Aizawa to be able to retreat, while Kamui Woods was left under the effect of the shockwave, disabling his quirk. The latter had no alternative but to get into a fighting stance and see where the pirate would appear from the left, from the right, and given how he's been acting lately, going up was also an option. But Kamui Woods forgot who he was dealing with. He was dealing with the captain of the Black Pearl, who had been a fugitive from justice, and he achieved this by always doing something different. Jack appeared, breaking the branches with the help of his waves, and struck Kamui Woods, causing him to retreat a few steps. But unlike Edgeshot, he recovered quickly, lunging at Jack, who did the same. Kamui Woods threw a right hook towards Jack's face, but the punch was too wide, causing the black-haired man to put his forearm against Kamui's, stopping the punch, while Jack threw a left hook towards Kamui's face. The latter saw this move as stupid since he had his other arm covering where the fist was going, but what he didn't count on was that the fist would deflect downwards, hitting him directly on the left side of his abdomen, taking out a rib, which Kamui felt crack slightly. But Jack, not letting this opportunity pass, smiled maliciously at Kamui Woods, releasing a shockwave in the area where the fist had impacted and where he was currently standing, causing Kamui Woods to be launched towards some benches that were in the area. Jack. My shit, fuck. Aizawa didn't quite understand why Jack was insulting him until he saw the arm where Jack had released the shockwave and saw how Jack's forearm was pulled back from his elbow, revealing a painful image. Jack, with sounds of pain, raised his other cigarette, hitting it where his elbow was raised, making a dull sound of a bone readjusting, while Jack let out a cry of pain. He clutched his arm for a few moments before looking up and seeing Aizawa in a fighting stance. He mimicked his rival's fighting stance. Both were static in their places, both waiting for a signal to begin attacking. However, they didn't have to wait long, as Aizawa, noticing that Jack was grabbing his abdomen, acted. Hooking his scarf onto a post, Aizawa used the momentum from the post to move at full speed, with a kick ready to end the fight as soon as possible since the boy seemed to need medical attention. Aizawa looked somewhat intrigued at Jack as he stood still watching the kick coming towards him. The hero saw that Jack was about to move, judging by his body posture. Aizawa had years of experience fighting villains, and the typical reaction was for them to move aside and dodge the kick. But he forgot one small detail: he was fighting a pirate. Contrary to Aizawa's thoughts, Jack started running forward, and when he realized the kick was about to hit him, he threw himself to his knees, sliding under the hero. The latter was surprised by what the pirate had done and was beginning to understand why Nezu wanted him at the academy, but he had to put those thoughts aside, because after landing on the ground he saw where Sparrow was, and his shock was great because he saw that he was heading towards the cliff and was prepared to jump. Aizawa started running towards Jack, and when he saw that he wasn't going to reach him, he prepared to throw his scarf and at least try to stop him, but this wasn't necessary as he saw Jack receive a kick from a white-haired girl he recognized. Some time before, Mirko was surrounded by people until she saw All Might's hood fall off, which she used to try and get away from them. Mirko. Look, it's All Might, the symbol of peace. He said this while raising a finger and pointing towards where the blonde man was. People were distracted by the sight of Japan's #1 hero, and the rabbit took advantage of this to jump out of the crowd. While in the air, she tried to find the black-haired boy but only found Melissa standing on the side of an alley. The white-haired girl grabbed onto a lamppost to propel herself towards where Melissa was. When she arrived where the younger blonde girl was, she saw that she was crying, but the heroine only asked, "Mirko, where is Sparrow?" Melissa jumped at the arrival of the white-haired girl, but upon hearing his former friend's name, he lowered his gaze and responded with another question. "Melissa, is it true that that Jack is the really bad pirate everyone says he is?" Mirko was a little surprised by the question, but when she was about to ignore it and ask again where the pirate had gone, she looked into her eyes and what she saw was a look that begged that the stories weren't true, that they were just lies, so Mirko answered honestly. "Mirko. Look, girl, I don't know Jack very well. Well, to tell the truth, I don't know him at all, and right now you're the one who knows the most about him." Melissa was a little surprised by the heroine's words, but she continued listening. "Mirko. And it seems he gained your trust, since he revealed who he was without telling you any other lies." What the heroine said was true, or so Melissa thought, since during the time she was with him he never tried to hide his true self. It's true he had another name, but he always displayed a pirate-like attitude, so it wasn't a complete deception. "Mirko. Now I need you to tell me where he went, because we want to help him leave this life of piracy he has and find another reason to live." Melissa answered with all the conviction in the world. "Melissa. I'll guide you." Current time. Aizawa watched as his partner delivered a direct kick to Jack, sending him flying through the air and causing him to crash heavily to the floor, shattering it instantly and spurting a lot of blood from his mouth. Mirko. Referring to Jack. "Finally, we have our rematch, Sparrow." Aizawa. "I think you took a little while." Mirko. "Don't even mention it, and it seems I missed a lot too." He said this while glancing out of the corner of his eye at where Kamui Woods lay unconscious. Aizawa. "You said it." He said this in his typical bored tone. Jack. Shit, I'm gonna vomiting sound. Mirko, Aizawa, and Melissa, along with Rukyu, who were just arriving as the rabbit quickened her pace, leaving them behind, were surprised to see the younger black-haired boy getting up from the ground, his clothes a mess, blood pouring from his head past his eye, giving it a crimson-red hue, and the bottle wound, now open and visible in full light, having reopened. Those present were shocked by Jack's condition and to see that he was still conscious. And that impression caused them to not see Jack's attack coming. Jack, raising his left arm, revealed a reddish wave. Aizawa was about to activate his quirk but saw the younger black-haired boy's arm jerk upwards with a green hue surrounding it and a voice in the background saying, "Divert." Everyone present was confused by the pirate's actions, as after raising his arm upwards he launched a wave into the sky, leaving a red static around him. But the same voice that said, "Divert," was heard again. "But look who we have here, Mirko, Eraserhead, Rukyu, a civilian, and in the distance, who's that?" The heroes and Melissa turned to look at the direction the voice was coming from, only to see a black silhouette. When the question was asked, another voice appeared. Question mark. 2. He is Kamui Woods, capable of controlling wood. It should be noted that the two unknown people were speaking in English. Question mark. 1. Thank you very much, Cassandra, for the information. The woman, revealing herself and proving that her name was Cassandra, replied. Cassandra. At your service, my captain. Mirko was the first to snap out of her shock and asked in an angry tone, as something in the male voice bothered her. Mirko. And who the hell are you? Upon hearing the question, the man chuckled a little before replying. Excuse my manners, she is Cassandra, the vice captain of my army. That's when Cassandra showed herself more clearly. She was dressed in a British naval uniform and high leather boots, but her most striking features were her purple skin and hair, and the fact that her eyes were just black spheres with a bit of white in the middle. Her mouth was hidden by a scarf. Cassandra. Nice to meet you, heroes. He said this while giving a small bow. And I am. Before the stranger could speak, Nezu appeared, in All Might's hand, followed by Sukauchi. Which I speak, interrupting. Nezu. You are the captain of the English Navy, the one who set out with the goal of destroying the pirates. You are. Jack interrupted the bullring and shouted. Jack. Salazar RR. Nara Jack. Great. I'm falling off a cliff. Well, this was the plan after all, wasn't it? But, this breeze and the sound of the sea, make me feel free. I'd even say I can forget what happened 5 years ago. But, the guilt still gnaws at me. I still think I could have done something better to save everyone, to save that little boy. Little Francis. Normal narrator. That free fall, in the eyes of the heroes and Salazar, happened in seconds. But for Jack it was eternal. That peace, that freedom that surrounded him made him feel good. He was falling, looking towards the sea, towards his source of happiness, but the moment he closed his eyes, he remembered one of the things he could never forget and that would always haunt him. 5 years earlier. Location. Torture 9:15 a.m. Narrator. Tortuga was not a luxurious place, quite the opposite. It was a place with a very noticeable scarcity of resources. Drinking water came from a well in the middle of the small island town, which, if we're honest, occupied what little space there was on the island. The streets were dirt, the houses were wooden, and one of the only two things that caught the eye was a red and white carp. This was a circus to keep the children entertained and away from certain situations that were happening on the island. The other striking facility was a bar surprisingly built with the cooperation of all the pirates in the area. And why wouldn't they be, since a woman worked there who maintained peace throughout the city by enforcing a few simple rules taken directly from the Parlay, a local code of conduct. In this bar, named the Lady of Fertility, the pirates would gather to drink, exchange information, and discuss necessary improvements to the city, among other things. A small white-haired boy with red eyes was running through the dirt streets of the city, running in the direction of the port. He saw the port in the distance, which had many ships, but the one he was interested in was in a corner, with people getting off the ship with boxes that had different kinds of treasures they had made on their journey. When the boy saw this, he quickened his pace. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the crew who were happy to see him again. Pintle. You're dwarf again. Pintle was short and stocky, with a round face and a gaze that was almost always angry. He was dressed in loose-fitting trousers and a white shirt, and he didn't look a day over 30 years old. The boy felt a little frightened by the paint face and took a step back. Pintle, realizing this, began to laugh at the child, mocking him. But that laughter stopped abruptly as she felt a small jolt of electricity pass through her body, causing the box she was holding to fall as it opened in the process. Ragati. It's always the same with you, Pintle, don't bother young Oris. Ragati was thin and slightly taller than Pintle. Unlike Pintle, Ragati had an elongated and much more expressive face. He was dressed in dark brown cloth pants and an unbuttoned, sleeveless leather vest revealing a white shirt, though it was dirty. The most striking feature of Ragati was his eye patch. Ragati. How have you been, Oris? The boy known as Oris, seeing Ragati's kinder expression, responded cheerfully. Oris. Very well, Mr. Ragati. During these months that you haven't been here I've helped my mother a lot with managing the village. While Oris was saying this with great enthusiasm, Pintle was collecting the contents of the box, and Ragati was just listening attentively. Ragati was about to say another word to Oris, but he was interrupted by a talking parrot. Parrot. Move, move. They're blocking the passage, blocking the passage. Those present, upon seeing where the voice was coming from, turned to look at a man who appeared to be no more than 32 years old, who had a parrot on his shoulder. The truth is that I forgot the name of that character and I'm too lazy to look it up, XD. Pintle. Sometimes I get the urge to cook devilish parrot tea. Hearing the commotion among the crew members, another person appeared, standing on the deck of the ship and looking with a serious expression. Cassandra. Unload the boxes quickly, we have to meet Jack at the bar. Everyone. Yes, Cassandra. Cassandra, with a vein of anger bulging on her forehead, asked. Cassandra. Pardon. Everyone. Excuse me, Miss Cassandra, we're coming. Having said that, the pirates ran off to leave the boxes in the appropriate place. Cassandra sighed wearily, until she saw Oris and gave him a small smile. Cassandra. Jack is with my mom at the bar. Little Horace. Oris simply nodded and walked away from the ship, leaving Cassandra watching him go. Cassandra's face showed sadness, which was noticed by Gibbs, who had been listening to all the events from the beginning. Oris was a rather shy child with most people, although there were some with whom he behaved like a normal child, and these were Gibbs and Marty. Horace had developed a relationship almost immediately, since the first two were almost always with Jack, which facilitated the bond between the three to the point of considering themselves brothers. The other person with whom I had a stronger bond was my mother. It is true that Mia Mama was not his blood mother, but she was the one who taught him to cook and to fend for himself, although sometimes she was a little grumpy, and always by his side was Rita, who is like a sister to Oris and who always tries to help the island in everything. And the last person with whom he had the strongest bond of all was Jack. Jack, although the pirate had only just turned 10, was already seen as a father figure by Oris, since he had rescued him and a couple of other people from the misery they lived in. At first, it took Jack some time to win Oris's favor, but he succeeded. With his humor and charisma, it was impossible not to. But what strengthened their bond the most was that, despite Jack's age, he always tried to act like a father to his crew, even though some of them were older than him. Oris was no exception. Jack taught him to read and write, and one day Jack took him fishing. That day they talked for hours and hours. While Jack told him stories of his adventures, Horace listened very enthusiastically. By sunset that day, he didn't have a single fish and they were tanned to the bone, but before going home, Horace stopped and asked him a question he had been waiting for the moment to come. Oris was arriving at the bar, super excited to see Jack again and hear about his new adventures. Oris, upon reaching the door, flung it open while shouting, Oris! Jack! Although his enthusiasm didn't last long when he saw how most of the pirates were in the bar. The bar was full of pirates, some lying on the floor, others lying on top of the tables as well as on the chairs. Apart from the pirates, the room was full of bottles of rum and various other liquors. However, Oris didn't look surprised or confused, as this was typical when different crews lived together. Oris slipped through the streets, weaving through all the places where there were neither pirates nor bottles, though his efforts were in vain. Hearing a voice calling him, he jumped and stepped on a pirate's hand, causing him to cry out in pain and waking the others. The pirate who screamed in pain was punched in the face by another pirate, who said, "Shut up, you stupid drunk." Seeing this, another pirate lunged at the one who had punched him, yelling, "What are you doing to my captain?" Seeing this, all the other pirates started a free-for-all, blows flying back and forth. The little Oris was in the middle of the crowd and barely managed to avoid being crushed. He made his way as best he could through the pirates towards the door, since it was better to look for Jack later. Oris spotted the door and crawled towards it as best he could. Just as he was about to open it, someone on the other side got there first. When the door opened, Oris could only see a long skirt, made of a fabric that seemed thick. Looking down, she saw some leather boots that looked heavy. Oris looked up again, this time focusing on her torso, and saw a dark-colored apron that revealed a white shirt underneath. It should be noted that the apron reached her knees. Oris was already trembling with fear before even looking at her face, as he knew who she was, and the few pirates who noticed her presence were also terrified. Finally, he raised his gaze even higher, seeing Mia Mama's face. But Oris almost immediately closed his eyes as Mia Mama let out a scream that left all the pirates trembling with fear. "My mom! What are you doing in my bar?" The pirates, not knowing what to answer and seeing how Mia Mama rolled up the sleeves of the shirt she had under her apron, spoke in a calmer and more serene tone. "My mom. I see they won't tell me. That's why everyone will pay. He said this last part while cracking his knuckles. Some of the pirates present fainted from fright, and how could they not? My mother was already a 55-year-old woman, but she stood an imposing 1.80 meters tall, and it didn't help that she had a robust and muscular build, but despite her age, it didn't show thanks to her brown hair and eyes, and the fact that her face didn't show any wrinkles. But if we're honest, she hit harder than a drunk dad, so how could we not be afraid of her? 2 hours later, in the bar that used to be full of pirates, now there were none, or well, almost none. Oris was sitting at the bar drinking a glass of juice with a straw, while he watched Rita taking notes on what Mia Mama was saying. Rita was a woman of about 20 years of age. She had a slim build, and she was dressed in the same uniform as my mother but adapted to her build and her height of 1.75 centimeters. She had light blue hair, almost white, and light blue eyes. Rita had appeared one night out of nowhere on the island. She was on the verge of malnutrition when my mother took her in. She was just another one of those whom the world had abandoned, and for this reason, it was easy for her to adapt to the pirates. She had already been on the island for a decade. She was also present the day a ship left full of a happy crew, in which there was a black-haired man with 4 freckles on each side of his cheeks, and she was also there the day another ship arrived but with only 3 crew members, among whom was the black-haired man, but now he had a tattoo on his chest. This was like a kind of black stain that was all over his chest. But getting back to the present. Oris. Evening, my mother. As soon as Mia Mama heard the youngest's voice, she stopped giving Rita instructions and turned to look at Oris to ask him. My mother. Tell me, dwarf. It is true that my mother did not show her affection in words, but she did it in other ways, which were not so friendly but which for her had a deeper meaning. Oris. You know the pearl arrived in the early morning, right? My mom. So what? Oris began to fidget with his fingers and look away, which confused my mother, but Rita understood what the child wanted. Rita. Jack was there all night, and since he doesn't like going to Whitebeard's house because of the memories it brings back, he stayed overnight. Upon hearing that, Oris's eyes lit up and he stopped playing with his fingers to look at Rita. Oris. And where is it? The boy's enthusiasm was palpable on his face, which made Rita laugh a little and brought a smile to Mia Mama's face. Rita, recovering from the little giggle, placed a finger on her chin as she looked up in a thoughtful pose. Rita. Well, I haven't seen him since last night. Oris was about to change his expression until he saw Mia Mama walk towards a pillar that supported the cavern, and then give it a gentle tap. This had left Oris and Rita confused, but that confusion dissipated when they saw someone fall from the joints in the roof. As the person fell, a thud was heard, followed by a small groan of pain. This person was Jack, who, after falling, got up with difficulty, while asking, Jack. But why? Mia Mama simply returned to her place behind the bar, only to reply, My mom. The child wanted to see you. Jack was a little confused to hear this, but that confusion instantly dissipated when he looked to the side of him and saw Oris looking at him with a face full of happiness. Jack. But look who it is, the next #1 hero of the world. Jack couldn't continue his teasing as Oris rushed towards him and gave him a hug. The pirate was a little surprised by the younger man's outburst, but he knew why it was happening. What upset him most was that it would happen again. He and the crew would leave again. Jack. Hey, shall we go fishing? I'm feeling lucky to catch something now. He said this with a smile on his face, which Oris, upon seeing it, returned with a smile, and then replied with a and. Mia Mama watched this interaction between the two with a small smile, as she was pleased that Jack was finally beginning to recover internally from what had happened some time ago. Jack. Okay, let's go. The black-haired man, having said this, began to walk towards the door, followed by Oris, but before opening the door, he stopped to turn around and look at Rita and say a few words to her. Jack. Are you coming? Rita was somewhat excited about being invited, and even more so to hear Jack's new stories. Therefore, he turned to look at my mother, who gave him a small nod, showing that she agreed that he should go with them. That day Jack, Rita, and Oris had a pretty good time, thanks to the stories and antics of the black-haired boy. Jack had told Horace and Rita all about his adventures. He told them how he encountered a heroine with rabbit ears and feet who wanted to capture him. Little Horace was impressed to recognize the person from Jack's description, so he asked him more about it and then wrote it down in a small notebook he had taken out of his bag. But the peace that had formed between the three of them was about to disappear. Horace. I have one. He said this while holding a fishing rod. Jack and Rita, who were discussing certain topics, stopped to watch as the child was being dragged towards the river. Therefore, Jack and Rita ran to help the boy. The three of them were in a great struggle against the fish that was hooked on the rod. Jack. On the count of 3, we push with everything we've got, okay. Rita. Horace. This is fine. Jack was ready to tell, but the force of the struggle made it take a little while. Jack. Some. Upon hearing 1, Rita gripped the part of the cane she was holding even tighter. Jack. 2. Horace did the same as Rita, but with his share of the cane. Jack. And 3. The three of them began to push with all their might. None of them were going to give in, just like the fish, which also didn't seem to be going to yield. However, the fishing rod didn't seem like it could hold any longer, and as if it were a simple twig, the rod broke in two, causing the three of them to fall backward onto the grass. The three of them were lying down, watching the sunset and trying to catch their breath after the great effort. Jack. Well, it seems it wasn't my lucky day. Horace. We were so close. Rita. But what a strong fish. The three of them didn't catch anything that day, but they were happy to be spending time together, but then they heard quick footsteps coming towards them. Jack, seeing where the footsteps were coming from, saw a bald head that he recognized very well. Marty. Si Capitan. Jack knew something was wrong, so he got up immediately when he heard Marty call. Jack. What's wrong, Marty? Marty. This. With they convened a council of war. Jack and Rita were very surprised to hear that, since it wasn't every day that a council was called. Jack. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Marty. Marty and Jack were about to run off towards where those kinds of meetings were held, but the black-haired boy didn't take a step because he heard Horace's voice calling him. Horace. Jack. Next time, definitely, we'll catch something. Jack could only turn to look at the child, with a smile that revealed tranquility as he said. Jack. Consider it done, dwarf. With that, he turned around and started running, followed by Marty, while Rita and Horace just watched them. One with concern, the other with happiness. Jack and Marty had arrived at the place where they were meeting for the war council. This was a kind of temple made of wood, with a double door through which even All Might himself could pass without bending down. Upon entering, they could see multiple pirates sitting at a long table, where there were 2 people Jack felt comfortable meeting. One of them was Miyamama, who was sitting at the head of the table. And the other person was sitting on the left side, and this was Nam. Jack felt good about finding him since the last time he met him. Nam distracted the heroes so he could escape, and he never got to thank him. But at this moment the most important thing was to know why this emergency meeting had been called. Jack walked through the hall, observed by everyone, as he was the youngest captain they had ever met, and to top it all off, he commanded the Black Pearl, one of the most mythical ships in existence, with a room that was indecipherable to many of his generations, and for a child to suddenly appear as captain of that ship was worthy of respect. Jack noticed the seat to Miyamama's right, which was empty, but it had a mustache painted on the back. Jack stared at it for a couple of seconds, then continued walking to the back of Miyamama. When he arrived, he stopped and stood at attention, his gaze fixed on the table. The captains seated along the table looked at the dark-haired man in confusion, but none dared to speak as Miyamama sighed wearily before speaking. Miyamama, captain of the Black Pearl, please sit in the place that Edward Newgate left him as the only surviving member of his deceased crew. Jack, remaining resolute, clenched his fists with a hint of anger that obscured his expression, then walked over to his former captain's chair. Jack looked at the chair in front of him, remembering his captain, then sighed and sat down. And by performing that simple action, finally, at last the council of war had begun. Not a word was spoken at the table, but the tension in the room was so palpable that it felt like it would explode, but I didn't speak. Name. The Isla. Nam paused for a few moments before speaking, as what she was about to say would fill the room with uncertainty and fear. Name. The island is surrounded by the British Army, and my source also says that the Japanese army is approaching, along with a fleet of heroes. The pirates at the table had varied expressions, some were afraid, others confused, and still others unsure of what to do. But amidst all the commotion and uproar, a shot was fired into the air. A gunshot that silenced the vast majority, allowing Jack's voice to be heard. Jack, it's true the island is surrounded, that's true, but what's also true is that this is our home, that everyone in this room has fought to help this little piece of land emerge. It's true that outside this island we're despised by everyone, but inside, on this island, we can be normal people, because this island is our home and whether they like it or not, we've become a family. But the desire to make this island emerge and the desire to have more rum, that's why whoever sinks the most enemy ships gets 50 cases of Mia Mama's oldest rum. All the pirates remained silent until Jack climbed onto the table to give his speech, but when he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Mia Mama, who had her eyes closed and her arms crossed, and she only gave a small nod to Jack's last words. This caused all the pirates to raise their hands and shout, "We have to do it." While the pirates went to organize their crew, Jack glanced at Nam, who was still in his place. Noticing Jack's gaze, he nodded and replied, "Name. It's on the other side of the island." Jack turned to look at the large table, formerly filled with pirates, only to reply, "Jack, we'll give you time." All the pirates on the island, about 100 or so, could be seen behind some cannons that were pointing towards the dock where the enemy ships could be seen disembarking. Among all that multitude of pirates, one in particular stood out, wearing a distinctive three-cornered hat, who was talking to his crew. "Marty, are you sure this will work?" "Jack, no, it won't work, but it will buy us time for my mother to escape, along with the youngest children on the island." The dark-haired man saw the doubtful faces of his crew, something he wouldn't allow. "Jack, look, listen, we're in this together and we'll get out of this together, now in position." The pirate was interrupted by a voice that he and the others knew very well. "Oris. Guys, come on, we have to escape." The crew of the Pearl, upon turning to look at the boy's position, froze, each wondering the same thing, why was he in this place? Before the pirates could say or do anything, the voice of another pirate from another crew was heard. "Pirate, there are explosives buried there." Boom. When the first charge exploded, about 10 more followed, all where the pirates were located, all hidden as if someone had placed them there. Dash. Dust and smoke were present in the area where the pirates were. Upon seeing this, the sailors began to disembark from the ships, led by Salazar. Upon reaching the front where the smoke was, they remained still until the smoke dissipated, and as the smoke cleared, the sailors shouted joyfully into the air. Cheers then erupted, as most of the pirates lay sprawled on the ground, some dead and others on the verge of death. Salazar, realizing this, told his right-hand man to come forward. "Salazar. Cassandra." After a few seconds, the aforementioned woman appeared, with a serious expression. Upon standing before Salazar, she knelt on one knee, awaiting his orders. Salazar smiled slightly upon seeing this. "Salazar. Bring me those who are still alive." Upon hearing this, Cassandra simply nodded, stood up, and directed a group of Marines to follow her. With those from the Pearl, a filthy dwarf could be seen removing a couple of pieces of rubble that were lying on top of him. Upon finishing, he quickly stood up to search for more members of his tribe. "Marty. Jack. Gibbs. Where are you?" "Gibbs. This way." Upon hearing his brother's scream, Marty quickly headed towards the area where the scream came from, only to find Gibbs, Pintle, and Raggedy rapidly removing rubble. Gibbs, noticing Marty's presence, signaled for him to come and help remove rubble. The latter, without hesitation, approached and began to remove rubble. He didn't ask anything, he just focused on removing the rubble. The four were desperately removing rubble to find the person they were looking for. They pulled and pulled, until they found a metal rod that was soaked in blood. Upon seeing the rod, they removed the rubble more quickly, and when they finished removing the rubble, the four of them had a look of panic on their faces as they saw the scene before their eyes. There was Jack, but he was on his knees with his palms open and resting on the floor. He was on top of a small white-haired boy, who had one hand raised touching Jack's face, but the most remarkable thing about these two was that the metal rod was piercing their torsos. Those present rushed to pull out the metal rod, which was so deeply buried that it took the four of them to remove it. The moment Jack was freed from the rod, he sat down while holding Oris in his arms, who was only saying a few words. Oris. J. Jack L. La P. Proxima. Hey pescaremos a algo. Those were his last words before his eyes lost all the life that inhabited them. Jack could only stare at Oris's corpse in his hands as he wept silently. The others present were also crying in their own way, even the bitter Pintle shed tears. But that moment was interrupted by Cassandra and the sailors, who surrounded the pirates, who did nothing to defend themselves. The sailors tied the pirates' wrists with ropes. None resisted except Jack, who fought back when they tried to put the ropes on him because they were trying to separate him from Horace, but they succeeded, tied him up, and forced him to stand up. The sailors pushed the pirates to move, but Jack remained reluctant to be taken away from Horace's side, so Cassandra approached the deceased's body and took it in her arms as she walked away, followed by Jack, who looked furious at seeing the person he believed to be his family carrying the body of one of his loved ones. Upon reaching a flat area, Cassandra carefully placed the white-haired man's body on the ground, which caused Jack to kneel beside the body, and the remaining members of his crew knelt beside him. They were devastated to see that one of them had betrayed them, until Salazar appeared before them, who only looked at them with a disgusted face, and then gave a small nod. As Cassandra did this, she approached each of the pirates, making a small cut on their cheek so that a little of their blood would fall into a cup. She did this with each one until she reached Jack and drew blood. He headbutted her in the nose, making it bleed, and causing Cassandra to fall backward while some Marines went to check on their superior captain, who simply raised her hand to stop them as she stood up. Salazar saw everything that happened but didn't attach any importance to it when he started talking. Salazar. You know, I never thought I'd see you again, Sparrow. I thought that by letting you go that time I wouldn't have to see you again, but, look at you here, kneeling just like your captain. Upon hearing these words, Jack clenched his fists and could only manage a few words. Jack. He was a child. Salazar. Excuse me, could you say that louder? I can't hear you. He said this while wearing a malicious smile. Jack. He was just a kid. Salazar, upon hearing this, only felt disappointed as he spoke. Salazar. I thought you'd say something more, and regarding the child, it could be considered collateral damage, but oh well, you've annoyed me, Sparrow. Cassandra. Eat. Upon hearing this, Cassandra, who had stood next to Salazar, drank the blood, and then a purple aura appeared around her and those from whom she had drawn blood. At that moment, Jack turned around, frightened, to look at the few remaining members of his crew, only to see them growing older with each passing second. Marty and Gibbs went through adolescence, adulthood, and when they reached a point between 40 and 45 years old, aging stopped, as it didn't affect Jack. This generated a great mystery in Salazar and Cassandra, which disappeared when they saw Jack's skin disappearing in the moonlight. Jack watched in despair as Marty, Gibbs, Pintle, and Raggedy were being treated. He was frustrated because, at the rate the purple aura was spreading, his last remaining family members would die, and he would be powerless to stop it. So, he did the only thing he could. He unleashed a wave so strong and powerful that it sent everyone around him flying. But he didn't stop there. He began to unleash wave after wave, each more powerful than the last. The pressure of the waves was so intense that the bones of Jack that were still visible began to crack. Then he heard a voice calling him from afar, and Jack decided to close his eyes. When Jack opened his eyes again, he was back where he was, about to fall into the sea, while he heard the dragon heroine calling him. Rukyu. Sparrow, Toma mi mano. Jack ignored them and fell into the sea, followed by Rukyu. The two submerged, but only one remained conscious, and this was the black-haired one, who could only watch as the blonde slowly sank into the depths of the sea, running out of oxygen and eventually perishing, something that the black-haired one would not allow since without warning he grabbed Rukyu by the back of her heroine dress while pushing her upwards. As a reflex, Jack looked down as he swam to the surface, only to meet the gaze of Davy Jones, who was watching him with a serious expression from the bottom of the sea. After the look exchanged between the dark-haired man and the Dutchman's former captain, the latter conveyed a single message with his eyes that said, "Don't ruin it." Jack was a pirate, not a psychic, so he didn't understand the look, just as he didn't understand how he could see him outside his mind, but that was a question for later. The younger pirate glanced towards the surface, then began to swim harder, as the heroine was extra weight that made them fall. Using the pirate's quirk wasn't an option at the moment. His muscles and bones had weakened due to the waves, and creating and expelling them also caused him problems. Jack just managed to surface when a rope ladder fell on him from the imposing black ship that was a meter away from him in Ryukyu. The dark-haired man held the ladder with what little strength he had left, and moments after holding the ladder he heard a scream from someone he knew very well. Gibbs. Tiring. Upon hearing the scream, the black-haired man felt the rope propel itself upwards, but it went from a gentle, slow thrust to a fast, hard one. This caused the black-haired boy and the blonde girl to be launched towards the top of the ship. Then they plummeted towards the wooden floor, and the moment their bodies touched the cold wood, a PLAAMM was heard, along with sounds of pain from both of them, causing Ryukyu to wake up instantly. Ryuki's paw. I don't remember very well what happened. One moment I was trying to activate my quirk while falling into the sea trying to catch Sparrow, and the next I was on top of Sparrow on a ship being watched by people I don't know. Espera Aar Rib Ba, DD de Sparrow. Nobody's paw. Ryukyu, taking a closer look at the position she and Jack were in, blushed like a tomato, then jumped back trying to stand up, which she couldn't manage because she felt a sharp pain run through her ankle, causing her to fall, leaving her sitting on the floor with a grimace of pain. The pirates present were dismayed to have a woman on the ship after so long, but they put their confusion aside when they saw that they finally had their captain back on board. But upon seeing their captain, another thought, or rather feeling, invaded their minds, and that was concern. Concern upon seeing the condition in which the black-haired man was found. His clothes were ripped in several places, both his thumbs were dislocated, and most noticeably, there was a growing bloodstain on his lower abdomen. Jack opened his eyes, revealing that one eye was its original color, but the other was entirely crimson red. Despite his condition, the dark-haired man smiled at his crew while still lying on the floor. Jack's crew certainly expected that attitude from Jack, as he always seemed to have a smile on his face in all sorts of situations except for a few minor exceptions. But getting back to the point, Marty and Gibbs tried to approach and help Jack up, but he stopped them with a simple hand gesture. His palm was outstretched, making Marty and Gibbs stop instantly. When Jack saw that they stopped with confused looks on their faces, he gave a half-smile that showed mockery. Then to say, "Jack, I'm not hurt that badly, you need to help me, look." Having said that, Jack, with his other hand which was resting on the floor, slammed his fist into the ground, expelling a shockwave from his back. This caused Jack to stop instantly. The crew members were unable to say a word as their captain began to speak. "Jack, honorable members of the world's greatest crew, you'd better get us off this island pigsty so we can catch up." Having said that, he turned around, walking through his crew and greeting them one by one, until he was interrupted by Raggedy, who asked something. "Raggedy, excuse me, Captain, what do we do with the lady?" Jack paused for a moment, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Ryukyu, who looked a little frightened by the pirates' presence. But something about her caught Jack's attention. Her hands were on her right ankle, which was red, a clear sign of swelling. After looking at her, Jack sighed wearily and spoke. "Jack, take her to my cabin and then come on deck, this is going to get interesting." Having said that, he began walking towards some stairs that led to the ship's wheel. As he walked along the deck, he was overcome with nostalgia, remembering all his golden moments with his crew and his freedom, but that moment was interrupted as he had already reached the bottom of the stairs. Before starting to climb the stairs, the pirate took a deep breath, then expelled the air concentrated in his lungs and climbed the stairs faster. Upon reaching the helm, Jack glanced at it for a few moments before looking away to see where he had jumped, only to see Salazar staring directly at him with a look that revealed his hatred for the pirate. And that look was enough to make Jack's tiredness and exhaustion disappear momentarily, because without warning he grabbed the helm and let out a shout. "Jack! Pirates, drop anchor, we have no time to lose." He said this with the conviction and confidence that characterized him. Raggedy, who had just come out of Jack's cabin, headed towards the anchor chains with some flimsy tongs. He tried to break the chains, but the tongs were too small. Pintle approached Raggedy with a malicious smile on his face and a red handprint on his right cheek, and spoke. Pintle, you only know how to help women, leave the work of a real man to me. Having said that, he raised a metal mass shaped like a large hammer above his head and then dropped it at full speed, which made a dry sound on the ship, and the hammer also caused Pintle to tremble from the force of the impact. Seeing Pintle tremble and then seeing that the hammer had done no damage, Raggedy replied to Pintle with a drop of sweat running down the back of his head. Raggedy, you're useless even at that. Pintle, CC Kala Te. These two were unable to continue their pleasant conversation as Gibbs appeared with a saw. Gibbs, let's not waste time, our freedom is at stake. Those were the most fitting words Gibbs could have chosen, as Jack stopped looking at his crew and turned towards where the pearl had come from, only to see a fleet of ships arriving to block the passage. Jack, without sounding worried, shouted so that his entire crew could hear. Jack, hold up sailors, I don't like the view I have from this side. After shouting that, the black-haired man grabbed the helm and forcefully turned it to one side, causing the entire vessel to flip over, leaving the mast pointing towards the opposite side of the island, where the other ships were trying to block their path. Jack knew how to give another order the instant he heard a metallic sound falling on the deck and then heard the sound of something falling to the bottom of the sea. Jack, hoist the sail, it's time to work. Upon hearing the order, Pintle, Raggedy, Anna Maria, and Coton with their parrot went to a rather thick rope, which they began to pull, making the sail appear in all its splendor, which was black like the ship and had a white skull in the middle. The moment the sail was fully unfurled, the ship began to move rapidly. Although Jack feared it wasn't fast enough, he felt it as the Navy ships closed in on the Pearl. The ship suddenly increased its speed, causing most of the crew to fall to the deck, except for Jack, who clung to the helm. Trying to maintain his composure, Jack spoke. Jack, Miss Anna Maria, take the helm. Anna Maria. Why yes, Captain. Having said this, the latter began walking towards the bridge deck, walking as best she could, holding onto the stair railing to avoid falling, until she reached where. Seeing Anna Maria take the helm and her give her a small nod, Jack returned the nod and let go of the helm. With great determination not to fall, Jack grabbed the railing that led to the deck, and seeing a sail rope in front of him, he smiled and threw himself down to reach it, which he succeeded in doing. This action, and the fact that the ship was traveling at an unusually high speed, was enough for the rope to gain momentum, moving it outwards from the ship. Jack was holding on tight to the rope so he wouldn't fall, but what he saw in the sea sent a shiver down his spine. What he saw was a gigantic beast with dull orange skin and several scars across its body, but what distinguished this beast from all others were its tentacles, which moved at a surprising speed for a beast of that size. Upon identifying the beast, Jack gave a half smile and muttered to himself. Jack. Electric stool. The rope, obeying the laws of physics, continued moving, but this time towards the deck where the pirates were waiting for orders, which arrived the moment the black-haired man touched the cold wooden floor. Jack. Master Gibbs, divide the crew, half take the starboard side and the other half the port side, now. Having said that, the dark-haired man walked past his second-in-command, who had a confused expression that was also shared by the other members of the crew. Gibbs. But Jack, what are we in charge of? Jack was certainly confused by Gibbs's question, so he turned around and looked at him with a disappointed expression. Jack. Master Gibbs, look behind me and tell me what you see. Gibbs obeyed his captain, looking over the top of the ship, but only saw the bow. Gibbs. Captain, I can only see the bow. Jack. Master Gibbs, look beyond the bow, towards the horizon. Jack's gaze held a clear disappointment directed at the second-in-command, who, when he looked out to see how the ships were trying to block their path, opened his eyes and shouted. Gibbs. To the canyon. Seeing that Gibbs had understood, Jack gave a half smile as he spoke. Jack. But look at that spirit, Gibbs, congratulations. Having said that, he turned around again and began walking towards the bow. The instant I reached the end of the bow, I looked towards where the ships had already blocked the Pearl's path. However, the dark-haired man maintained a confident yet firm gaze, as if he had everything planned, as if it had been rehearsed beforehand. Jack, with a swift movement of his hand, drew a sword from his belt and pointed it towards the ships. But when Jack looked at his hand and saw that there was nothing there, a look of confusion washed over him. The black-haired man touched his entire belt with both hands as if searching for something, and finding nothing, he touched the front of his vest where there was also nothing. The captain of the Pearl was very confused until he heard his brother's voice. "Marty. Jack, Toma." The older pirate, noticing his brother's voice, turned around and looked down to find Marty, with his usual bald head and a small beard tied in a bow. In his hand, he held a sword sheath with the sword's hilt sticking out, 2 matchlock pistols, and finally a kind of box about the size of a palm. This box was black with a few gold and white details, but what stood out most was a round shape protruding from one side. The older pirate took the 2 matchlock pistols and placed them on a kind of strap he had on his chest, then he continued with the one on his back, placing it on his waist, moving the sword a little to make sure it was secure, and finally he placed the compass on a strap he also had on his hip. The dark-haired man, looking like a true pirate, simply thanked his brother and also gave him a short message. "Jack. Thanks, Gunner, but do you know what time it is?" The shorter pirate was a little confused by Jack's last words, until he remembered something that filled his eyes with hope. "Marty. I really can. Jack." At full volume. Upon hearing this, the half-meter darted towards the command deck, followed by Jack's gaze, until a kind of voice was heard coming from the bottom of the ship. "Radio. I like your complete dependence on the mother of 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 L." The radio couldn't continue playing the song because there was a brief interference that lasted only a few seconds. When the sound returned, the radio was no longer playing the same song, but a different one. "Radio. Imagine the music from Pirates of the Caribbean, hee hee." Now they were ready for the assault, and Jack let his crew know. "Jack. Full throttle, ladies." The pirates stopped what they were doing to look at each other, but Gibbs was the only one who saw his captain and saw a motivation in his eyes that left him no choice but to trust him. "Gibbs. You heard the captain." The Pearl was getting closer and closer to the 2 Navy ships, and the sailors, aware of this, began firing their cannons. Seeing that none of the cannons were hitting them, the sailors concentrated all their firepower on the Pearl. When it was within 10 meters, the Pearl slowed down, which confused the sailors on the first ship until they felt a slight tremor in their vessel, and then, bloom, the ship was swallowed by the sea, leaving a few pieces of wood floating. The crew members of the Black Pearl and the other Navy vessel were impressed. Because the ship had disappeared in an instant, none of those present knew what was happening except for one, and that was Jack, since he had seen the beast before. The sailors on the remaining ship were stunned, but this didn't last long as they saw the Pearl slowly approaching. Taking a desperate measure, they fired a cannon shot that managed to hit the ship's hull, raising a bit of dust. The sailors had some hope in their eyes as they had finally damaged the hull, or so they thought. When the dust settled, it was seen that the wooden planks covering the ship's hull were shattered in one area, but the hole left by the cannonball had not pierced a layer of metal visible beneath the shattered planks. But by the time the sailors realized this, it was too late. The Pearl was right in front of them, and they could do nothing but await their fate, which was death. The Pearl had advanced, splitting the ship in half. The naval ships were positioned broadside, with all their cannons on the side, and I'm referring to wooden ships. The Pearl had escaped capture again, thanks to an unexpected ally who was there in the end. The Pearl was free from capture but not from the public eye, as less than 5 minutes after passing the Marines' ship, a news helicopter appeared, filming the vessel. This helicopter accompanied the Pearl for a couple of hours until they had to withdraw due to lack of fuel, and it was precisely when the helicopter left that we would concentrate our attention. 5 hours after the naval battle. Time: 3:30 a.m. Location: in the middle of the sea. During those 5 hours that they were pursued by the helicopter, the pirates celebrated that they were finally with their captain. During the party there was a lot of rum and they talked about various topics, until everyone went to sleep except for Jack, who had decided to stay at the helm watching the route, due to the lack of an anchor. Jack enjoyed the sea breeze that caressed his face, but the dark-haired man felt strange. Ever since he left Island, he'd felt somewhat conflicted. Was this because of Melissa? The things he'd remembered? These and other questions came to his mind. That's why Jack decided to let go of the helm for a while and walk along the side. When he reached the mast and saw how the anchor chain had been cut, he gave a half smile, but it vanished instantly, since Jack had taken out the small box described before to examine it for a bit and then open it. It was a witch. Many would say it was broken because it didn't point north, but those who knew its great value wouldn't look at it with disdain. But at that moment the compass was going crazy. The arrow that should have been pointing north was spinning all over the place, a clear reflection of how the pirate didn't know what he wanted. But the pirate's gaze drifted to a specific area of the ship, above. He sensed someone or something near him, and his suspicions were correct, as something was swinging along the ship's sail ropes. Jack tried to follow it with his eyes, something difficult due to the darkness of the night and the fact that his small companion was fast. At one point the thing jumped on him, scratching his face. The dark-haired boy, with the small, furry beast on his face, tried to pull it off with his hands, but the animal remained attached. Finally, Jack decided to start hitting his face to see if that would make the animal leave, a strategy that only partially worked. The moment he threw his fist at his face, the beast moved away, causing Jack to hit himself. Jack, clutching his face from the blow, only manages to say a few words. Jack. Damn monkey. As he said that, the black-haired boy opened his fingers, which he had been using to cover his face, so that he could look at the little monkey that was making mocking gestures at him before quickly leaving when it saw a shadow behind Jack. The latter had not noticed the shadow rising behind him, as only one question was on his mind: what does that monkey have against me? The pirate was unable to continue his thoughts because the shadow behind him lifted a wooden stick and dropped it on Jack's head, which snapped him out of his reverie. The blow wasn't strong enough to knock him unconscious, but it was enough to make him stagger forward, leaving the shadow cast by the ship's sail and now standing in the moonlight, which revealed the pirate's bones. Jack was now rubbing the part of his body where he had been hit. It was true that he was a skeleton in the moonlight, but the pain was felt all the same. While still rubbing his head, he decided to turn around to see who had hit him this time, only to see Rukiu in her red dress, her foot bandaged courtesy of Anna Maria hours earlier. What stood out most about the woman in front of Jack was her gaze. A look of utter fear at the pirate's appearance. Rukiu. Eres un esquilero. Jack, feeling offended by these words, replied with all the confidence in the world. Jack. Hey, you're not exactly voluptuous yourself, are you? Instead of feeling fear towards the pirate, the blonde girl felt anger at the inappropriate comment he had made to her. She was about to confront Jack about his remark, but she didn't, as Jack's expression shifted from confusion to fear, a look Rukiu hadn't seen even when she faced the heroes. Therefore, she decided to remain silent and calm down, but out of nowhere, Jack lunged at Rukiu from under the shadow of the sail and beside the mast, where the anchor wheel was located. Rukiu was confused by the pirate's actions. But before she could ask what was wrong, she felt Jack push her again, this time under the anchor wheel. Underneath the wheel, Rukiu felt something icy on her arm, so she turned and saw a piece of chain coming from the anchor. After seeing the piece of metal, she turned her head to look at Jack again, but he had already left the deck and only his feet were visible. Rukiu knew something was happening because of the pirate's behavior, and this idea was reinforced by a voice that began to speak, but it belonged to someone else, not Jack or any member of the crew. Pav Jack. Okay, let's recap what's happened to me. First, my compass isn't working as it should, and that's strange. Second, I'm calmly figuring out how to fix the compass problem when the monkey comes along to bother me. I don't even know where it came from. Third or fourth, it doesn't matter. After the monkey bothers me and scratches my face, someone hits me from behind. When I turn around to see who it was, I see it was the heroine we saved whose name I can't remember. Now, after all that, someone appears with an intimidating aura, and as far as I know, it's not anyone from my crew. Fin Pav Jack. The dark-haired man was somewhat curious to know who it was, though he was also rather serious about the intruder's presence. So much so that he gripped the hilt of his sword, just in case. But when Jack heard a person's voice, he froze. Davy Jones. You're taking too long, Sparrow. With that, Davy Jones emerged from the darkness of the night, his footsteps creaking beneath his feet. Jack was confused and a little scared, so he managed to speak. Jack. Didn't you say you were just in my mind? While saying this, he pointed to his head with his index finger. Davy Jones. I already told you, my soul is bound to the Dutchman but my body isn't. That's why when I died my soul left my body leaving it like an empty shell, so I just. Jack. You possessed your own body. Davy. Exactly, but now tell me, where is William Turner's heart? Jack. You see, I've been thinking about it, and it turns out I'm not convinced by the deal, so I'll decline your offer. Jack was interrupted by Davy Jones, who quickly approached him, grabbing him by the neck with his tongs and lifting him into the air inches from the edge of the ship. Davy. You have no right to reply, you've already made a deal with the Dutchman and that ties you to me. Jack could barely answer, due to the lack of oxygen. Jack. I didn't make a deal with the Dutchman. I made it with William Turner. Having said that, he took up his sword again and in a swift movement cut the claw of the former Dutch captain, causing him to recoil in pain and drop Jack into the sea. Davy Jones. Damn that miserable wretch. Davy Jones was about to unleash his anger on anything that crossed his path, until he heard someone breathing. Davy. Well, a pirate of Jack's, I think you're going to pay for what your captain did. As he said that, he began to approach where Rukiu was hiding, who had a frightened look after seeing how the boy who caused so much trouble to his companions was thrown into the sea by a kind of mutant squid. Tears of fear streamed down Rukiu's face, as the swelling in her ankle prevented her from transforming. Watching Davy Jones approach, she closed her eyes, awaiting the end, which never came, for she heard something rising from the sea. Ryuki's paw. In the morning, it seemed like everything would go well. We'd capture Sparrow and then take a flight to Japan. Then I'd get home, shower, and watch that movie series they recommended. I think Rumi said it was about a pirate who had terrible luck and was always getting into trouble, but he always managed to get out of it. Now, when you think about it, it's kind of ironic that I'm watching something about pirates after capturing one. Deep exhalation. When did everything go to hell? Sparrow slips away from Rumi in all might. Then he defeats Kamui and then me. Then this Salazar guy shows up, along with what was his name again? A mansion, a house. Anyway, then Sparrow jumps off a cliff, I follow him, we fall, I'm knocked unconscious, I wake up on his ship, then some guy named Pintle approaches me and I punch him. Then this raggedy guy helps me better so I can get to Sparrow's cabin. I hear a commotion outside, a very friendly woman puts a bandage on me, I get out, punch Sparrow, Sparrow hides me from someone, this someone throws him off the ship and now he's coming towards me. I wouldn't be so scared if I could use my quirk, but since something's wrong with my ankle, it won't let me activate my peculiarity and I think this will be the end for me. I would have liked to see that pirate movie. Fin Pav. Rukiu was already resigned to her fate, which she believed would be death. She awaited it with her eyes closed and a few tears escaping them, but instead of hearing the footsteps of that guy approaching, she heard something emerge from the sea. Davy Jones also heard it and turned around quickly, only to see the black-haired man he had thrown overboard a moment ago standing on a ship, too lazy to describe the ship, I'll just put a picture, XD. This ship was named after Davy Jones, the Flying Dutchman. The former captain gazed at his old ship, his former companion, and his former life, which he dreamed of reclaiming. He would not stop until he achieved his goal. In his eyes, there was a glimmer of life and a spark of love, for that ship reminded him of his former love. Davy Jones was about to smile at the sight of his ship again, but that intention was quickly dashed when he saw and heard someone who drove him crazy. Jack. Look, pulpit, now I'm the new captain of Hello. The dark-haired man on the deck of the Dutchman was interrupted by a kick so powerful it sent him flying back to the deck of the Pearl. He crashed heavily into the mast, half clinging to it. Half, because after a few seconds he fell, landing on the cold wooden floor with his eyes swirling and his forehead red. In his current condition, Jack could only manage a few words before losing consciousness. Jack. I still preferred the Black Pearl to the farting Dutchman. He spoke these words in a dizzy tone, almost as if he were drunk, before falling unconscious. On the other hand, Davy Jones, after seeing Jack's miserable fall, turned to see who had pushed him from Dutch, something he managed to do immediately since the person who had pushed the dark-haired man appeared on the Pearl, leaning against a cannon, before falling unconscious. There he was, the one destined to carry the souls of the dead from the seas, the one who was tied to the Flying Dutchman, the captain of the Flying Dutchman, in that place he was. Will Turner, who seemed to have emerged from the shadows of the ocean with the gravity of one who carries more than chains, a curse. His face, once youthful and resolute, now bore the marks of years and sadness, furrowed by lines not of time, but of the sea. His long, tangled hair fell damp over his shoulders, like seaweed torn from the depths. His eyes, dark and weary, still held the gleam of nobility, though veiled by the solitude of his fate. His pale, fragile skin seemed intertwined with the ocean itself. Shells, coral, and marine scars clung to him as a reminder of their eternal pact. He wore dark robes, soaked with salt and damnation, worthy of a cursed captain. And yet, beneath that spectral figure, the echo of the man who once fought for love and freedom still lingered. Upon seeing the person who had taken his life, the only memory of the woman he loved, the one who had taken everything from him, Davy Jones began to approach with a face full of anger and resentment towards Will. Each step he took echoed through the Pearl, the sound only covered by the ocean around them. However, Will remained still, simply observing the younger, dark-haired boy who was already on the floor of the ship he had been assigned, as part of a deal that Jack had not yet honored. Davy Jones was getting closer and closer to Will, but his walk was interrupted when the crab leg he had broke, causing him to fall onto the cold wood of the Black Pearl. The moment it fell was accompanied by a hollow sound, as if an almost empty shell had fallen. This did not disturb the Dutch captain. He continued to look at the young pirate lying on the floor until he decided to speak. "Will, your cycle is over, Davy. Let me take your soul to the afterlife. You have nothing left on this plane, and your body is falling to pieces." Davy Jones listened to every word Will said and his fury increased more and more, until he decided to answer Will. Will was prepared to hear Davy Jones's anger. He was prepared for a fury and rage directed at him, but that was what needed time, since the Dutchman sensed the presence of two captains to whom he was linked, and to solve that problem he needed time and to be close to both of them to eliminate the weaker one. "Davy Jones, my cycle may be over according to you, but thanks to the deal you made with that sack of stupidity on the floor, I will be able to reclaim my place as Lord of the Seas." Will was confused by Davy Jones's calm tone. How was such a change in attitude possible? That and many more questions arose in Bulstrap's son's mind. So much so that he turned to look at Davy Jones where he was supposed to be, but instead of finding him lying on the floor, he only saw drops of water where the former Dutch captain had been. This did not disturb the Dutch captain. He continued to look at the young pirate lying on the floor until he decided to speak. "Will, your cycle is over, Davy. Let me take your soul to the afterlife. You have nothing left on this plane, and your body is falling to pieces." Davy Jones listened to every word Will said and his fury increased more and more, until he decided to answer Will. Will was prepared to hear Davy Jones's anger. He was prepared for a fury and rage directed at him, but that was what needed time, since the Dutchman sensed the presence of two captains to whom he was linked, and to solve that problem he needed time and to be close to both of them to eliminate the weaker one. "Davy Jones, my cycle may be over according to you, but thanks to the deal you made with that sack of stupidity on the floor, I will be able to reclaim my place as Lord of the Seas." Will was confused by Davy Jones's calm tone. How was such a change in attitude possible? That and many more questions arose in Bulstrap's son's mind. So much so that he turned to look at Davy Jones where he was supposed to be, but instead of finding him lying on the floor, he only saw drops of water where the former Dutch captain had been. And then he understood. He quickly approached Jack, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him to his height. The older pirate inspected Jack with his eyes. Nothing seemed out of place until he saw his hand. A kind of black jelly covered the center of his palm, and then he understood. Jack was just a pawn of Davy Jones, or rather, Jack was a distraction for Will, and he would make sure the dark-haired man didn't bother him in the future. Will felt immense remorse and guilt. He had left his battle to a child. Will was interrupted from his long train of thought by a woman's voice. "Rukiu. S. Suelta Aas Sparrow." The Dutch captain turned towards the voice, only to see a woman holding a sword pointed at him. It was obvious from her poor posture that she had never held a sword in her life, but that was the least of his concerns. He had something more important to attend to. "And I would make him understand. Will, don't bother me, I'm trying to help your captain." Rukiu stood firm despite the pirate's appearance. which in her mind was similar to the stories she had heard as a child. Rukyu. And it's my captain. This piqued Will's interest a little, since Will's mind, what was someone who wasn't crew doing on a ship? Wait, I did that several times, but I had a reason, and she seems to have one. Out of Will's mind. Will. So who are you? And what are you doing here? Rukyu. I'm a heroine and my mission is to bring Sparrow safely to the Japanese shores. The Dutch captain was a little surprised to see the woman's change in attitude, but he knew he could trust her because her eyes radiated confidence in her words. Will. There are two of us who want that. Now listen, take it inside and don't come out for anything in the world. He said this as he approached Rukyu with the black-haired boy in his arms. Rukyu didn't lower his guard for a second while repeating the action of the dark brown-haired boy. Rukyu, upon picking up the unconscious Jack, took several steps back, his gaze still fixed on the man in front of him, until he asked something. Rukyu. What are you going to do now? Will just turned around with a rope in his hand and said. Will. I'll take them to Japan. Having said that, Will tied the rope to the mast of the Black Pearl, then headed towards the Flying Dutchman and, as if by magic, appeared on the floor of the Soul Guider. Rukyu, for his part, quickly went to the captain's room and locked himself in with Jack. 14 hours later. Location. A couple of kilometers from Japan. We will return to the Black Pearl, but to be more specific, we will go to the captain's dressing room. The captain's dressing room on the Pearl was similar to other pirate ship dressing rooms. It contained a bookshelf, a table in the center of the room with a large map covering the entire world, a chest with a couple of jewels inside, and the most unusual thing was the bed, which was located a few meters from the central table. A dark-haired man was resting on this bed and began to stir slowly in the sunlight that peeked through the planks of the ship. The dark-haired boy, feeling the light hitting his eyes, only moved a lot to one side, which caused him to fall out of bed and wake up instantly from the impact. Jack blinked a couple of times to let his eyes adjust to the light. The pirate scanned the room, taking in all the details of his adventures that were marked on the wood. Jack got up from the floor and once standing began to stretch to relax his body, however this action was interrupted when he heard a roar coming from the pirate's stomach. He approached the table, studying the map to determine his next destination based on the information he had. He carefully examined the map until he reached a marked area labeled Pon. Next to it was a brown bottle, which Jack picked up and uncorked. But before taking a sip, he said, Jack, what kind of idiot names a country, Pon? Having said that, he tilted his head back, his eyes closed, as he put the bottle to his mouth. A few seconds passed before Jack opened his eyes as he straightened his head again, saying, empty. Looking more closely at the bottle, he noticed something black that was visible through it. The pirate put the bottle aside when he realized that it wasn't the bottle that had something black in it, but his hand. It was like a viscous mass that he held in his hand and didn't seem to let go of. Jack was confused by the mark until he remembered the stories told about the sea in his old crew. Memory. In the memory, you could see pirates sitting around a table, and among those pirates was our little black-haired friend, who was listening to a story. Pirate. They say the black mark belongs to the pet of the former captain of the Flying Dutchman, that mythological beast that only listens to those who saw it grow up and that hunts those who have the black mark. End of memory. Upon remembering this, Jack opened his eyes with tremendous fear. While covering the palm of his hand with a piece of cloth, he ran out of his cabin without caring about how he was without a shirt. Upon leaving the cabin, he didn't let his eyes adjust to the light before speaking. Jack. Master Gibbs, put the ship into full speed. As he said that, his eyes finally adjusted to the sunlight, allowing Jack to see Gibbs and Marty talking to Rukyu. These three were having a friendly conversation, exchanging various anecdotes. This was interrupted by Jack's unexpected scream, who was shirtless, revealing a couple of scars and a couple of tattoos scattered all over his body. Rukyu's first reaction was to blush and turn away, but Marty and Gibbs were confused by their captain's sudden shout. Upon seeing that they were all right, he decided to walk quickly to their side while calling the other crew members. Jack. Ready the cannons, bring explosives, full speed ahead, we have no time to lose. The other pirates were filled with doubt and curiosity about their captain's reaction, but they followed orders and went to prepare everything. Jack was already at the front of the Pearl, seeing that it was tied with a rope that led to the bottom of the sea. This rope was very taut, as if it were tied to something that was pushing the pearl and directing it towards the land that could be seen on the horizon. Gibbs had approached Jack to ask what the rush was to prepare the cannons, but before he could speak, Jack raised his index finger, signaling him to be quiet. Jack. Shish, listen. Gibbs obeyed Jack. In the background, all he could hear was the sound of the sea. Gibbs looked at Jack, and Jack stared at the rope that suddenly snapped, causing the ship to slow down rapidly and come to a stop. The change in speed pushed the pirates forward slightly, obeying the laws of physics, but the stationary position confused most of the crew, as they had no anchors and therefore no reason to stop. The only one who knew what was happening was Jack, who this time couldn't hide his nervous expression as he said, "Jack. Electric stool." Everyone on the ship was terrified by enormous tentacles crawling up the sides. Those on the lower cannons watched as something pink and sticky moved along the tips, making clattering noises. Those on the upper decks weren't any better off. Rukiu was trembling with fear. In all her years as a heroine, she had never seen anything so large. She felt that a heroine with the power of enlargement had appeared a couple of months ago, but it was nothing compared to what was happening now. Marty just stood motionless, watching as tentacles appeared from the corners of the ship. Gibbs wasn't as scared as the others, since he only needed to glance at his captain to know that he had a plan. Jack had a half smile on his face, with several drops of sweat falling down his face, but his eyes said, "I accept the challenge." "Jack. You idiots. Are the cannons ready?" Jack shouted, hoping for a response. It came seconds later, after a nervous reggae tone. "Raggati. Yes, I'm a captain." Jack, his smile widening, whispered, "Perfect," to himself. With that, the dark-haired man turned around and started walking, followed by Gibbs, who didn't know what to say. "Jack. Scientists in charge. Marty, prepare the child in case something happens." Marty, snapping out of his daze, gave a quick nod, then headed towards the lower part of the ship. "Jack. Master Gibbs, bring in everything flammable we have." Gibbs. "Even the rum." Jack's answer hurt them both, but it wasn't the time for recriminations. "Jack. SC." Upon hearing the confirmation, Gibbs went to gather all the flammable materials the ship had. "Jack. Miss, you stay still and don't get in the way." He was saying this to Rukiu. Jack, putting on a coat that was lying around, saw the tentacles that were already fully extended over the ship, but Jack didn't stay behind. "Jack. Fire the cannons, now." The crew of the Pearl were doubtful of their captain's order, but they obeyed instantly, firing the cannons. As the Kraken's tentacles were above the cannons when it fired, they received the full force of the steel bullets, causing a terrifying screech to emanate from the beast, which then withdrew its tentacles into the sea, but not before leaving destruction in its wake. The cannons on the upper deck were flung into the sea like mere stones. The mast of the Pearl was severely damaged by a blow from a tentacle, and the lower part of the ship had been pierced, leaving a hole wide enough for two people to pass through. Unfortunately, the Pearl was almost unusable, not so much because it had no cannons, nor because of the holes the Kraken had caused, but because of the mast, which would not withstand any rocking of the ship. Jack knew what he had to do. With a precise order, Jack summoned all the crew members of the Pearl, who lined up in front of him, except for Gibbs, who was still searching for explosives. "Jack. Get the boats ready, we're leaving the Pearl." Pintle was about to reproach Jack for his decision, but he couldn't, because of the look in Jack's eyes, a look he rarely had, a somber look, a look that showed he wasn't satisfied with the decision he had made. When the pirates saw that their captain hadn't said anything more, they went to prepare the boats. Once the boats were ready, the pirates boarded one by one. Marty had a blueprint in his hand. Due to his captain's decision, he wouldn't be able to finish his project, so he would have to start over. Rukiu simply observed the faces of the Pearl's crew. They all shared that look of sadness. For leaving their home, for leaving the ship that had given them everything. Gibbs. He came out of the stairs that led to the lower part of the ship, carrying a bottle that contained a liquid. Jack's right-hand man was confused to see his companions in the boat until he saw the mast, and then everything became clear. Gibbs got into the boat where Raggati, Pintle, Marty, Rukiu, Anna Maria and Kotan were with his parrot who only uttered vulgarities. "Jack, watching each of his companions climb into the boats, sighed and admired their freedom, their salvation, their dream. For most people, the Black Pearl was simply a cursed ship, but for Jack it was everything, his source of happiness, the only place he found happiness apart from his crew. The dark-haired boy was already prepared to fight for the pearl and to fall with it, but when he turned to look at the small boat, he saw them. He saw his crew, he saw their faces. Marked by the passage of time they hadn't lived, which, because of him, they hadn't taken advantage of, the pang of conscience that arose from seeing their faces, the guilt, the remorse, was enough for him to make a decision. Jack would leave the pearl, Jack would leave the great love of his life, for the dream of his crew, of his family, and that dream was to keep living. Jack didn't deign to cry. Instead, with a single blow, he smashed the barrel that Gibbs had brought, which broke, spilling the liquid inside. The boat's crew were waiting for their captain, but they didn't have to wait long as the dark-haired man started coming down the stairs. When he reached the boat, Jack spoke. "Jack, submit." His voice was filled with an indecipherable feeling. His crew, obeying, held on to whatever they had in their hands. Seeing that they were secured, Jack plunged his hand into the sea, expelling a wave that propelled the boat forward at a moderate speed, as if it were a motorboat. The captain of the Pearl turned one last time to look at the Pearl, only to see that it was already covered by the beast's tentacles. Jack couldn't look any further, so he turned his head again, but this time towards the solid ground that was now visible. Jack would go through another stage of his life, but in this case without the Pearl. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.